Turn your radios up. Turn your radios up. Y'all know what this is. Y'all know who this is. An impromptu stream from B-Eazy Dat Dude, back with another one. This one is gonna be a banger. Most definitely gonna be controversial, and it's gonna be a doozy. But before we get this thing started, because I don't like to keep y'all waiting, you know, I got it.
If you know the song, sing along. Yeah, you're right.
私も地元民と言っても自分は世代です。もう友達できたの？うん。ぶったまんまこっち見ろ。
This promethazine got me leaning like a cholo in the club. I'm 20 deep. I don't be riding solo. Pull some bad bitches, they vanilla and cocoa. They wanna take some photos when we kick it out in Soho. Chicks are showing tits and popping pussy for my promo. Told them like juvenile, baby, move it for me slow-mo. Then I'm right back to the block, cause I keep getting moto. I be flipping, not shrinking. I don't give a fuck about no-ho. This nigga name ain't D-Lo, but pimping these bitches and stacking this bread forever be my stilo. This is B-Eazy Dat Dude in the trap making pass smooth. If I ever go broke, then I'm about to pull a jack move. Since a nigga healthy, I don't even gotta worry. With my bitch from Fiji eating tandoori and chicken curry, that ism is really indie. My pimp game international. I design my own clothes, so I be always looking fashionable. Here's a couple facts about me that y'all didn't know. Some of y'all be getting bread, but I be getting bigger, dawg. I got bigger guns and a whole lot of bad. And we are activated. We gonna get right into it. I would be remiss without giving a shout out to none other than the Brody, John Sinatra. Not only that, Ashura, Sock Passe, and also Red 6. And it looks like we have just been joined by yet another illustrious guest, the Florida family, Sunlight from the Sunshine State. What it do in building. Let's get right into this. So y'all seen the thumbnail, y'all clicked on it, y'all wondering what is going on. What's going on in Marvin Gaye voice? I just don't got the vocals like the brother. But we're gonna react to this video. It's from a channel, Word War. I thought it said world, but it looks like it says Word War Debate. So that's the channel if you want to go check this out. This was almost an 8-hour stream. They had several debates. This one was considered the main event. It's Ana Kasparian versus Hannah Pearl Davis. And what is Word War Debate? So Word War Debate, and this is how they self-describe it from their channel, and I'm just setting this up as a preface before I get into the video. There's clear rules, defined matchups, and real consequences. This sounds, a lot like marketing. I don't know what the consequences are. I can see the defined matchups. I can see the cleared rules. No talking past each other. That remains to be seen. No endless panels, just arguments that stand or fall under pressure. World War I was the opening salvo. World War II is already on the horizon. Want to enter the arena. So if you guys think that you want to go over there, they're looking for debaters, moderators, analysts, promoters, sponsors, etc. So that's how they set this up, live from Atlantic City. So we are going to go get into this video. Now, I don't know if you guys know either of these women. This is the clash of the Karens by my estimation. This is Ana Kasparian, or Ana Kasparian, and Hannah the grifter, just manly things, Doofus Davis. So she goes by the name of Pearl. So This video is long. I don't know how much of it I'm going to stomach. I guess that will determine how engaged the audience is. Y'all know I don't like to keep y'all waiting. I will play it extensively so y'all can get the full context of the arguments. And then sometimes I may have to do a play-by-play interjection. So let's just get right into the video. And let me know if you guys have any issues hearing this as well. So they have clear rules. Both of them get a opening statement. Then they'll have, I believe, 10 minutes to interrogate each other. Then it will just be then they take a break, and then it will just be open forum where it's kind of like the kamikaze round of the debate. So let's commence.
In a May 2024 appearance on Tim Pool's Culture War podcast, my opponent, Pearl Davis, declared that women aren't really doing much. We're not having kids. We're not really contributing to the economy when you look at output. In fact, she uses this ridiculous assertion to argue that women should not have the right to vote. While it's true the birth rate has declined, and we'll revisit that in a bit, women account for 47% of the American workforce. The Council of Economic Advisors found that women have contributed a substantial portion of the US economic growth since 1970, which wouldn't have been made possible without the feminist movement. By 2017, women were responsible for nearly 40% of total gross domestic product, amounting to a whopping 7.6 trillion.
So Pearl is arguing against feminism. Ana is arguing for feminism. But the thing is, with feminism, they just say it as a blanket term when there are multiple waves of feminism. Which wave are you talking about? You're talking about feminism in its entirety. And then when they say these rights and things were granted because of the feminism movement, yes, the feminism movement pushed the structural powers that be to ensure that the legislation was passed, but it was done under a patriarchal system. So the people that they're railing against and saying smash the patriarchy, well, the feminists relied on the patriarchy to get this specific legislations, goodies, giveaways, guarantees, and grants that was bestowed upon them by the structure of patriarchy. So they used their feminism, they used their gender, their sex, and they organized, and it was for a righteous cause. However, it can't be understated that the system that they want to smash, the patriarchal system, which is enforced with masculinity and muscle, that is what made this legislation possible.
$1 trillion. Of course, that figure doesn't include the trillions of dollars in unpaid labor women do every year, tending to the household, raising children, and caring for ailing parents. And when it comes to certain sectors of our economy, women are a dominant and indispensable force. Like in the healthcare industry, where they make up nearly 80% of workers, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. That's 16.4 million women. When it comes to education, in 1960, women earned less than 35% of all bachelor's degrees. Today, they earn roughly 58% of all bachelor's degrees, which Pearl herself benefited from after graduating from Elmhurst University. Women also earn over 60% of master's degrees. I hope to hear Pearl explain how a more educated and skilled population somehow translates to cultural decline, especially as we compete with China in this increasingly multipolar world. The modern feminist movement also had a major impact on decreasing domestic violence, and that's according to the
There goes the China fear mongering. We're competing with China, so that means that we need to shore up more stuff home here. We need to be America first. China is China first. Yeah, they have all of these foreign endeavors, but they're China first, and they're trying to make sure that they have more productive, more reliable, more mentally tough, financially tough citizens. Some would say that they are a repressive regime, but nobody is trying to go over there and capture them. So they say charity starts at home. So I get it, right? We want to talk about China and Russia and BRICS and all these things. All of these people are going to eat our lunch in various aspects and sectors because, you know, people like these culture wars, these debates, somewhat meaningless debates, you know, they're entertaining, but they're not going to change anything with your kitchen table.
U.S. Department of Justice. Rates of intimate partner violence decreased by more than 60% from 1994 to 2010. And that's thanks to protective order statutes and funding for shelters beginning in the 1970s and 80s. Not only did the two-income household become more financially resilient, especially during economic downturns, women gained the ability to leave abusive relationships, an outcome correlated with improved child health and educational attainment. A culture that protects people from violence is not one that's indicative of cultural decline. Pearl herself has benefited greatly from the feminist movement, thanks to Title IX in 1972, signed by Nixon, of course. Sex-based discrimination in any school program or activity that receives federal funding is prohibited. Pearl herself had a rather impressive record playing for
combat veteran Terrence Popp. He served through 3 wars and was almost killed in 2. He got married, had 2 children, and served in the United States Army. Terrence Popp was deployed to Iraq in 2004, and as a member of the airborne infantry, he was wounded by a roadside bomb and suffered a TBI and a stroke from the blast. He was evacuated out of the country, and it took over 2 years until he had recovered. While he was recovering, his wife was plotting to divorce him. His wife murdered his 6-year-old chocolate lab out of spite because he filed for divorce first. When he confronted her, the response he got was, "I told you I did not want you living here." At this point, he was forced to leave the marital home and live out of his car. The divorce took away his home, his children, and left him penniless and saddled with a child support payment he could not afford. Terrence had to pay $144,000 over.
Yeah, I skipped right here. They're just doing opening statements. If you really want to hear what she had to say, I let Ana talk pretty long. It's 5-minute opening statements. Both of them are kind of laying out their positions, but I think their positions will be laid out clearly as the debate progresses. But if you really want to hear her opening statement, I could go back for you, but I'd rather not.
Over a 12-year period for a divorce.
And I'm just skipping forward on this because it's a long debate, and I'll be playing it extensively. So I don't know if the opening statements matter as much. So let's see.
It's going to be a heavy one. We're going to go now to the opening interrogations. We have 10 minutes. Do we have that on the clock? Yeah, it's fading in right there. Okay, and take it away. 10 minutes.
Who's interrogating who?
Whoever wants to begin.
Aside from the specific anecdote that you shared, which of course is tragic, can you cite some actual studies that look at these statistics and back up what you say in regard to the outcomes of marriage and divorce in America?
41% of 109 rape cases reported to police in a Midwestern city were admitted to be false by complainants.
In one Midwestern city? And which Midwestern city was that?
You know, you can go from your ivory tower and
I'm not in an ivory tower. I'm on this debate stage interrogating your assertions, and you've only provided an anecdote.
Oh, is Pearl already triggered? Pearl is talking about an ivory tower. It's funny because both of them grew up in an ivory tower. So it's like two people that grew up with a silver spoon saying, yeah, but your spoon had more silver than mine. Like, okay. I mean, is she going to, and like I said, I have no dog in this fight, so I'm going to give an impartial, objective analysis. So right now, Anna is asking her, do you have anything to back up what you're saying? She reads off, in some small Midwestern town that no one knows. That Midwestern town has a name. Why didn't you name the town? So she says, in some small Midwestern town, one out of blah, 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 and she runs off the stat. Okay, that's one anecdote because it happened in this one Midwestern town that you don't even have the name to. Suddenly that's the rule. They say majority makes the rule, not some anonymous town that you don't even know the name to. And then she turns and does this kind of soft ad hominem. You know, you're in your ivory tower. Okay, maybe she is in her ivory tower. Does that make what she said any less true? Let's rewind that back. This one is gonna be a doozy. Clash of the Karens.
Anna has been on the air for 15 years and is completely oblivious to these issues. It's a silent genocide of the lives of millions of men. Standing on the sidelines of the arena, I have 30.
Okay, and I rewinded it back a little bit. So she's saying men are facing a genocide because of feminism. I don't know if she's calling what Black American freedmen face in this country. She wouldn't call that a genocide. She won't call what's happening in Gaza a genocide. She won't talk about the genocide in Sudan, Darfur. But she will say that because of some toxic feminists who I'm against, right? I'll support the origins of feminism, but not like the toxic amalgamation and mutation that it turned into, right? But to say that it's a genocide against young men, I mean, that's a bit too far. Let's commence.
3-year combat veteran Terrence Popp. He served through 3 wars and was almost killed in 2. He got married, had 2 children, and served in the United States.
Who's interrogating who?
Whoever wants to begin.
Aside from the specific anecdote that you shared, which of course is tragic, can you cite some actual studies that look at these statistics and back up what you say in regard to the outcomes of marriage and divorce in America?
41% of 109 rape cases reported to police in a Midwestern city were admitted to be false by complainants.
In one Midwestern city? And which Midwestern city was that?
You know, you can go from your ivory tower and
I'm
tell
not in
people
an
what
ivory
to
tower.
think
I'm
and
on
how to
this debate
feel.
stage interrogating your assertions, and you've only provided an anecdote.
Right.
Because if you look at the data, which I did, of course.
Pearl, man, you're way out of your depth. And she loves to say that she interviewed thousands of people. You interviewed thousands of people and you still don't know how to talk. Is this the best that the high IQs have to offer? She's telling Anna that she can come down from her ivory tower. You're trying to tell people how to think and feel. What are you doing, Pearl? You're literally doing the same thing as Anna, but giving a different perspective. How are you any different?
You'll find that women are twice as likely to fall into poverty after divorce.
Right, because they can't
Alimony
stop
is
spending.
paid out in 10% of divorces. According to the Census Bureau, the average child support payment.
So she said that Anna says women are twice as likely to fall into some sort of impoverished level of despair. And Pearl counters with, yeah, because they can't stop spending. There is some validity to that argument, you know, if you believe the statistics that say women on average spend X amount of dollars more than men. And as a society, we are hyper consumers, and they are saying that women, especially of certain demographics, spend more, even, you know, whether they have it or not. The more you make, the more you spend, whether you should be spending that amount or not. So I do think there is some validity to that argument. However, like, there's no way to fully quantify this and say that most of the women are impoverished because they're overspending. Some of them are working. They call the working poor. Some people have 2 jobs and they're still barely making it. It's not because they're just keep trying to buy Birkin bags. It's just, you know, and then people will say, well, get more skills. Okay, they're working 2 jobs. They have kids. It's only 24 hours in a day. Allegedly, you're supposed to sleep for 8 to 10 of them. So how many more hours does that leave? You're supposed to, you know, wake up, love on your partner, take care of your kids, you know what I mean? Have some time for yourself, groom for yourself. It's not enough hours in the day. And then it turns into, well, you're making excuses. So people turn into the informal economy where they're selling paraphernalia, doing other nefarious acts, selling cooch and peen on OnlyFans. And then people talk about moral depravity and things like that, but people got to eat.
Is $441 a month, and only 60%
Right, but how
of
much are
those
they
payments
making?
get paid out.
How much?
Women do not get child custody 90% of the time, as you have asserted before. In fact, 95% of custody cases are mutually agreed upon outside of the courtroom. Women get full custody 40% of the time. Men do get full custody 20% of the time. And 40% of the time, it's shared custody, which I think is the ideal situation, assuming that neither spouse is abusive.
And Pearl, excuse me, before you respond, if you could take your microphone out and hold it, it would be easier to hear you.
Okay.
And then Pearl is over here shuffling papers. She has all these papers, but you have no names, no facts, no dates, no sources. Why do you have all of this paper? Thick packets of paper full of nothingness. I mean, like, what is on those papers? Like pictures of Mickey Mouse and Scooby-Doo?
Alimony and medical care and dental are not covered by that. So a lot of times it does go above 50%. Again, you can go through the facts, the data, and the statistics and manipulate them any way that you want.
It's not
But
manipulation.
there are
Those are the
1.6
stats.
million. There are 1.6 million men in this country. Men are 9 times more likely to commit suicide after a divorce.
Compared to women, what's the number for women?
It's lower.
Really? What is it? Comparative analysis is real difficult for you, isn't it?
Okay.
Got her. So this is what Pearl, like I said, she has all of these papers. She's shuffling papers, but she has no facts. And she likes to do this all the time. She did a panel about black fatigue, and she was railing off all these black stats. Black people need to do this, and black people are at the bottom of this, and black this, black stat, 1350 this. And then someone said, okay, cool. What are the stats for the white people? So she memorizes all of the stats, then she gets them often wrong, very inaccurate, misrepresentation of the facts. And then when you ask her about her community, she's a Lily. She's from the Lily W community. So when you ask her about her own community, she has no stats. Does this make any sense to you? This is the community that talks about personal responsibility, yet they're always pointing a finger. You know what they say, when you point the finger at somebody else, it's 3 pointing back at you. Well, there's 3 pointing back at you, Pearl. What are the stats for your community? She doesn't know. What are the stats for your gender or sex? She doesn't know. So she's acting like she has the cape on and she's really fighting for men. Yet she doesn't even know the stats for women. And she claims to be a woman that we should listen to and take her opinion, her perspective with reverence. Are you kidding me?
Custody 40% of the time. Men do get full custody 20% of the time. And 40% of the time, it's shared custody, which I think is the ideal situation, assuming that neither spouse is abusive.
And Pearl, excuse me, before you respond, if you could take your microphone out and hold it, it would be easier to hear you.
Okay. Alimony and medical care and dental are not covered by that, so a lot of times it does go above 50%. Again, you can go through the facts, the data, and the statistics and manipulate them any way that you want.
It's not
But
manipulation. Those are the stats.
There are 1.6 million men in this country. Men are 9 times more likely to commit suicide after a divorce.
Compared to women, what's the number for women?
It's lower.
Really? What is it? Comparative analysis is real difficult for you, isn't it?
Okay.
Go ahead, Pearl.
What's your next question?
You have asserted that men shouldn't get married, that instead they should shack up.
I didn't say that.
You did say that with Trent Horn. Word for word, you said it makes more sense for them to shack up, live with a girlfriend instead of getting married. Do you think the advice that you give to men is the type of advice that will fulfill their lives? Because I'll tell you one thing, the best part of my life is my husband. I love my husband. He's my rock. He's my foundation. And no, my husband is number one. I love my career, but you know what my career did? When I met my husband, my career was already established. He, on the other hand, was couch surfing. He was in debt and didn't know what he wanted to do with his life. I married him anyway. You want to know why? Because I had the economic freedom to marry.
Hold on. Is she saying that her hubby was a hobosexual? Anna, was your hubby a dusty? That's what she said, not me. She said, I'm just saying, if right now, if I say, hey, yeah, I'm just trying to, I'm in between jobs right now. I'm couch surfing, I'm clean though, I'm showering. What would people say? Man, this nigga broke. This nigga's dusty. I'm just saying, like, Anna was talking about anecdotes. I'm sure there's more to the story. I don't think this dude was just some couch surfing bum. Some people try to say that this dude was a former basketball player overseas and he was a tall, handsome, what the W community would call a Chad, I don't know. I don't need to go that deep into it, but I thought that was interesting. What do the ladies say? Would you take a man who is couch surfing? Because Ana Kasparian, she was already established. And, they say, I guess love has no price, so some people are marrying for love. Other people are marrying for what's lucrative for their future. So let's see what else she has to say in that regard. So she says that her husband is her rock. He was broke. He was dusty. He was couch surfing. He was a hobosexual, but I'm sure he was hitting it right from the bike. See, if you couch surfing and you broke, you gotta be hitting it right. Probably from the bike. Let's play that back.
Custody 40% of the time.
You can minimize men's problems all you want, but I don't think you understand how privileged of a position you're in.
In what way? How am I privileged?
Men are the ones that are on the hook for child support. Men are the ones that are on the hook for alimony. It's easy for you to tell men to just take the risk when you're not in that position.
So are you asserting that men shouldn't pay child support following a divorce?
Oh, damn, my bad, bro. I was cooking this whole time, man. So my apologies. You said, wasn't her hubby a baseball player? Yes. So I guess she was trying to frame it as if she found like this dusty dude off the street. It wasn't a Pookie, it was a Wookie. She found Wookie. No, man. What they say is that this dude was already established. I guess he was going through hard times. She's trying to frame it like she found some dude and pulled him off the street. And Sunlight said he's white, though he could be leaving a trust fund. That is true. And my apologies for the muted sound. I can't even remember what I said, but I was cooking and then I realized I was muted. Not the economy. That is no longer applicable. Well, it's always going to be applicable because inflation leads to hoflation, right? Them tariffs got a lot of people on OnlyFans, and now dudes, it's a bunch of dudes who was mechanics, and then now they can't get no work. So now they like, maybe I can get on OnlyFans and I can have a different type of tool, right? I can show off another tool. Not the wrench. I could show off my wrench, but not that wrench, the other wrench. So, I mean, the economy is having people doing some strange things for change. And Anna said so on TYT. Got it. Okay. I seen some people saying that in the comments. So salute to Anna. Hopefully they live a beautiful life with holy matrimony, happily ever after. But here she is acting like she just found some dusty Wookie off the street. Nah, this dude was probably a pretty established dude that was oozing machismo. Let's just say that. All right, let's get back into it.
Do you believe that women should be financially responsible 100% after divorce?
Feminists wanted to be equal. So I say be equal. If you guys want equality, 50-50 custody, no child support, no alimony, no special privileges.
Alimony is paid out in 10%
It doesn't
of
matter
divorces.
if you're part of the
It does
10%.
matter. It does matter because you make it seem like it's a widespread issue when it's only 10%.
Doctrine is a sexist law against men. That's sexist.
How is it sexist if a woman decided to forego a career, decided to be a stay-at-home mother, and the marriage doesn't work out? She has no job. She has no income. So you think it's unfair to get support from her ex-husband so she can raise the kids?
60%,
so she can pay.
60% of kids under 5 have daycare. Daycare is an option now. You wanted to be men.
Do you know how much daycare costs?
You wanted to be men.
And just to be clear, to hit y'all with some scholarship, Pearl was bringing up the tender years doctrine, which is a legal principle in family law that presumes the mothers should have custody of very young children, typically those under the age of 5 during the divorce proceedings. And this doctrine originated in the late 1900s. Basically, it was influenced by societal changes regarding gender roles and child rearing responsibilities. Initially, it was established by the Custody of Infants Act of 1839, which granted a presumption of maternal custody for children under 7 years old. So it's always been etched in stone and in law that mothers should have preferential treatment, especially when it comes to taking care of young children. They say children in general, but specifically in their developmental formative years. So over the time, this presumption was extended to include children up to the age of 16. And this was by the Custody of Infants Act of 1873. So many states have abolished this doctrine in favor of joint custody, but many of them still uphold this as well. So let's get back into it. That's called the tender years doctrine.
And here
do you know how much daycare costs? Do you think it's free?
Let her answer.
A lot of things are expensive, Anna. I mean,
that's not an answer.
Women have 85% of consumer spending. Women spend money all the time. You spend money on hair dye, you spend money on Botox, you spend money.
You should think about it.
Uh-oh. Look at Pearl's face. Dang, Pearl, that's all you got? See, if you part of the community, if you one of the foundational, see, look, we like to roast. Hey, you can clap back at me. Like I said, all stereotypes matter. Stereotype me, shoot your shot with the epithets, the slurs, the insults, but just know I got some ammunition too. So Anna is over here sliding in the ad hominems. We know this is going to be a contentious and bit condescending debate and exchange back and forth. But Anna fired a shot. Come on, Pearl, is this the best you got? I mean, she's always got something to say. Now she's in the face, towering over Anna, looking like a giant Amazonian chick. And yet Anna is in her face, wanting to smoke. She came dressed to impress. And she's given, she's given her a lot of zeal and zest in this debate. But where's Pearl? She's over here looking brain dead and mind boggled.
I sure am.
You spend money all of the time.
Yep.
So you wanted to be men. Here it is. You're equal. Pay for daycare.
Equality means that when you have a child or children, you're both responsible. So the idea that the woman should take 100% of the costs on herself without any help from her husband or ex-husband is ridiculous. How is that fair?
Well, how is it fair that he doesn't get 50-50 custody?
Well, first of all, why are you asserting that they don't?
It's 50% his DNA. Why can't he have 50% custody? Where
there
has
was a
feminists
study.
been?
Let me answer your question, even though I should be interrogating you. I'll answer your question. Massive study out of Massachusetts that.
Now here Pearl is acting like she's fighting for men. Why can't they get 50-50 custody? Well, actually, they can get 50-50 custody if they fight. Not everyone is going to get it, but more men could get it. But due to certain doctrines and societal norms, many people just almost concede in many situations and say, we already know the courts are going to side, with the maternal side. So I'll just be okay with creating some sort of deal or arrangement. That does happen too. There are many men that are being screwed over by a cruel, unjust system. And there are many men that are okay with having arrangements. We can't try to act like every person is daddy dearest, fighting with every fiber in his body to get custody of their kids. Like, let's just be honest about that. It doesn't mean that they're a deadbeat, that they're not financially supporting, or that they're not there physically, but not everyone is just fighting tooth and nail to get custody of their kids. Like, we have to be honest about that.
Looked at 24,000 divorces. In those 25 divorces, they found that in only 8% of cases did men ask for custody. 8%.
Right, because the average American can't afford divorce fees, Anna.
But women can afford to raise the children by
divorce
themselves without support from the ex-husband. How does that make sense?
What did you say? I didn't hear you. We were both talking.
You're complaining about the costs while simultaneously arguing that a woman should not get child support in order to raise the children that the former couple had.
And this where the pro-lifers just lose me with their buffoonish, idiotic babble. So they'll say that they're pro-life and we need more white babies. And they say, stop talking about race. But then when they say they need more babies, they specifically talk about white babies. Okay, fine. If you need more white babies, then they'll say, oh, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Pull yourself up by your bootstrap. Now you telling the kids to do that in a country where we waste over 50% of the food. We say that this is the richest nation, the greatest nation ever known to man, right? There's nothing that we can't do until we talk about giving kids a free lunch. Oh, well, we can't do that. I mean, we don't want them to become entitled. No, we want them to become productive citizens. You mean to tell me there's no way that we can cut the waste? Y'all got Doge and y'all want to cut all this waste. Y'all can't cut waste to provide things for the kids. So a lot of these people, they'll be against abortions, but then they're also against the poor people getting welfare for the baby. So instead of getting welfare, so you don't have to paint them as a welfare queen, right? You guys are just lazy, you know what I mean? Okay, you want them off of welfare and now they don't have any money, right? So what's going to happen to those kids? Those kids turn into a life of crime in the informal society to make ends meet. And then you say, well, that's just a culture issue. No, it's an economic issue. An economic issue that if you couldn't outright eradicate and rectify, you could have at least mitigated it. You could have treated the issue. Instead, you let it get out of control until it just exacerbated. And now it spreads and spills into other parts of society. And instead of having any solutions, you just whine about it because you want the problem. It gives you something to complain about and to fundraise over. But the whole objective is to never fix the issue. But let's get back into it, though.
And Pearl, excuse me, before you respond, if you could take your microphone out and hold it, it would be easier to hear you.
Okay. Alimony and medical fair that he doesn't get 50-50 custody.
Well, first of all, why are you asserting that they don't?
It's 50% his DNA. Why can't he have 50% custody? Where
there
has
was a
feminists
study.
been? I've been
Let
on
me answer
20
your question, even though
different-
I should be interrogating you. I'll answer your question. Massive study out of Massachusetts that looked at 24,000 divorces. In those 25 divorces, they found that in only 8% of cases did men ask for custody. 8%.
Right, because the average American can't afford divorce fees, Anna.
But women
It
can
costs
afford to raise the
$25,000
children
to get a
by themselves
divorce.
without support from the ex-husband. How does that make sense?
What did you say? I didn't hear you. We were both talking.
You're complaining about the costs while simultaneously arguing that a woman should not get child support in order to raise the children that the former couple had together.
Are you guys equal or not? You want to
Yes,
be equal.
equality means that you're
right.
both responsible
50
for raising the children, and that includes the
so
costs
you should have
of raising
equality,
the children.
but not at the expense of men. 50-50 custody, 50-50, no child support, no alimony. That's equality. You don't want
Alimony
equality.
makes sense if
You
the
want-
woman was
you
a
want-
stay-at-home mother and doesn't have a source of income. How else would she take care of the kids following a divorce?
By getting a job just like the men.
So you're saying that a woman who doesn't have recent job history is just going to willy-nilly enter the job force or workforce, I should say, and easily get hired. Do you guys care about this? So do you care about the children or not? Because you're making this about like the
What are you, a
poor
woman? That's an
husband, the
emotional
poor
answer.
ex-husband who doesn't want to pay the child support, doesn't want, to take on any of the responsibilities of having children in the first place. Why is it that you seem to have a problem with men carrying out their responsibilities? But when it comes to
men are dying to care about their responsibilities.
So once again, Pearl is just a bigoted, brain dead bimbo. Clearly, Ana Kasparian will reveal this. Yeah, her name is just Pearly Things. Yeah, TBA did run her off. Then she went over to like Twitter and Rumble, and now she's trying to come back on YouTube. But she gets she gets bodied on this. But let's hit y'all with some facts, right? And I know people don't like to get into this stuff because people try to get dug into their sides based on their gender or their sex. But I said I don't have a dog in the fight, and I would be doing a dereliction to my civic and intellectual duties if I didn't hit y'all with some scholarship. Now, Pearl is pretending to have the cape on and be fighting for men and talk about 50-50 custody. It's 50% of his DNA. Why can't he get 50% custody? Well, he could get it, but did he fight for it? That's what we need to ask. So look up the voluntary factor involved in most of these cases, depending on the state, situation, circumstance. Anywhere from 90 to 96% of child custody cases are settled out of court, meaning they're uncontested, meaning there's some sort of agreement that doesn't even need to go to court. This happens in 90 to 96% of the custody cases. So most parents make arrangements. It may be 60-40 with some, 70-30 with some, 80-20 with some, but in most custody cases, doesn't even come before a judge. Also, in contested cases, when fathers do actively fight for custody in court, the numbers change dramatically. Studies have shown, and here, Pearl is not going to cite any sources. She has all those papers, but no sources. I wonder why that is. And this is what the high IQs have to offer. So studies such as the Middlesex Divorce Research Group, look that up, Middlesex Divorce Research Group, they've shown, based on their research and analysis, that when fathers are actively seeking custody, they are awarded at least at minimal joint custody, physical custody, in at least 70% of the time. Now, it's not saying that 70% of the time that they're granted a full 50-50 custody, but they are granted some sort of favorable custody arrangement. And this is when they fight. Many times people don't fight. They just let it go uncontested. Then maybe they try to fight later and, they don't have enough money to fight, or, they have some things on their reputation, which makes it unlikely for them to fight. So y'all can look this stuff up and I can pull more of it up in real time, but we have to stop pretending like everyone is just fighting tooth and nail for their kids. Many people are okay with having unorthodox arrangements, whether it be 50-50, 60-40, or whatever. Is up to those parents who are trying to raise, hopefully, productive, responsible citizens. It's up to them to decide.
Men are fighting to be a part of their kids' lives.
What's the empirical data on that?
I don't need data. How many people in here have had a family or a friend fight for their kid and not be able to get it? The reason that this happens, Anna, is because lawyers tell them not to fight because it's so expensive and they won't win.
What is that based on?
Based on me.
You have to provide, look, Pearl, I am open to be convinced, but I need more than anecdotes. I need more than vibes and feelings, because we're talking about something serious here. We're talking about raising children. We're talking about the shared responsibility of raising children. That, of course, includes 90%
the cost. of disputed custody goes to women. That's not equal.
90%, that's a totally made up statistic. Where are you citing that from?
All right, let's take a break there because our time actually ran up.
Awkward. Can someone say awkward? Where is that stat coming from? Like I said, is this the best the high IQs have to offer? She has over 2 million subs. Why? Literally, why? Nothing she says is profound. She has a stack of papers over there. You can't even see any papers on Anna's side. I'm sure she has papers, but you can't see them. You can see the stack and packet of Pearl's papers. Yes, she's getting packed out. She has a pack of papers and Anna is packing her out. I mean, that's like a tongue twister right there. She's getting packed out with a pack of papers. This is preposterous. Come on, Pearl. This is rather pathetic.
Those opening interrogations are over. Let's take a moment here. You guys want to grab a sip of water? All right. The next step is going to be 30 minutes. We're going to open it up. Again, open debate. I'd remind you.
Did Anna go Kamala or did she go full AOC? Did she go, yeah, bet I think a union member? Or did she go with the AOC? It ain't nothing wrong. It ain't nothing wrong. Is this Anna Harris or Anna Ocasio-Cortez?
You guys, I know everyone's passionate about this. I get that, but we can't have multiple people debating at the same time, right? We got one debater here, we got one debater here. Let's keep it here. All right? Let's put 30 minutes on the clock and let's begin the open debate. Pearl, I'll let you pick up here. Go ahead.
What happens to men when they don't pay child support?
There are consequences for it, especially when
Which
there's
are?
a court order for them to
Which
carry
are?
out their responsibility and pay child support so that child can be raised.
And what happens
Do you
if they
think there
don't
shouldn't
pay
be
it?
legal responsibilities or legal consequences if they fail to carry out a court order to, take care of their kids?
I've interviewed men that have paid millions of dollars in
Don't
child
care about your
support and
interviews.
married-
Anecdotal evidence doesn't matter. What I need is actual statistic, empirical evidence. They should pay their child support. $441
What happens-
is the average child support payment. $441 a month.
Yeah, that's for someone that makes $24,000 a year.
You just told me a woman can just go to work and take care of the kids totally by herself.
How does a guy live when he's paying $500 a month on $24,000 a year?
You think $500 a month is too much in child support? Do you know how much it costs to raise a child? Do you know
Look.
how much childcare costs, for instance? I mean, that mother has to go to work, right? Where's the kid going to stay while that mother is working? How is she going to pay for the
What happens to men when they don't
daycare.
pay child support?
Sorry, say that again.
What happens to men when they don't pay child support?
There are legal repercussions for not
What-
carrying out a court
Okay.
mandate
Do you think
to
that
do something.
Do you think that fraud should be illegal?
Absolutely.
Okay. So why is it not illegal for women to fraud men on paternity? If a man does not find out he's the father over the age of 2, he is on the hook for child support for 18 years.
I don't
Why-
know
where
what
have
the
you
law
been on
is
this
when it
issue?
comes to
A
that,
third-
but it's
a-
wrong. If you're lying up paternity, that is wrong, and there should be legal
Well,
consequences
why
for
haven't
that.
feminists fought?
It's that simple.
Then why aren't feminists fighting for it, Anna?
Because feminists fight for women, obviously.
Right. That's my point.
Yeah.
At the expense of men.
Why isn't Pearl fighting for it? Pearl's not fighting for it. She's going on these debates and making podcasts and saying she interviewed people. So because if she has a viral video on TikTok, somehow she's fighting for men. Who has she organized? Like literally, what has she done? Could anyone tell the accomplishment? So while she's over here trying to lambaste Anna and say, where are the feminists doing this? Where are them doing that? Where's her organization? She has over 2 million subs. You think someone with 2 million subs, who I'm sure a lot of bots, but let's just say at least half of them are real, right? What, she has no organizing capacity or capabilities. So if she does, why hasn't she done it? So she's asking, well, where are the feminists with this? Where are you? She should be able to present something that she's done. All she can point to is a podcast where she's grifting and stealing other people's talking points. She has a stack of other people's talking points right there. She's stuttering and stammering and can barely get them out clearly. This is what you call incoherent, brain dead, bimbo babble.
You guys want to believe women at the expense of men. Why isn't Amber Heard in jail? Because of the Me Too movement. You guys push believing all rape victims, and now we have rape.
Amber
now
Heard had to pay out a massive settlement.
Yeah, but why isn't she in jail?
You want her in jail?
Yes.
Well,
She ruined his
the penalties
life.
for defamation are what the court's decision is, right? You want people to go to prison for defamation?
He had to go to 2 different countries to clear his name. Why isn't she in jail? He lost millions of dollars.
To be clear, you think the penalty for defamation is prison time?
I think the penalty for a false accusation is that the woman should get the same time that he would have gotten if he was found guilty.
Men don't go to prison for defamation.
And see, this is the problem with feminists. You want all these freedoms, but you won't actually be equal.
I do
Be
want
equal.
equality.
No, if you wanted to be equal, you would fight for 50-50 child support, no alimony.
No alimony. So again, if a woman decided to forego working, decided to stay home to raise.
This is extremely pathetic on Pearl's part. And like I said, Ana doesn't even have to do much. At least put up a fight, Pearl. She has the same talking points. You're a feminist. Fight for 50-50 custody. No, tell the men to fight for 50-50 custody. If the men are not even fighting for the custody, why the hell are you whining about the feminists? And many men don't have to fight for 50-50 custody because between 90 to 90%, 96% of the parental custody cases are litigated, settled out of court, which means humans are being humans and saying we don't need to stand before a judge to make a parental arrangement. So, yes, there are many men that don't need to fight for their kids because they already have custody of them or they're already in their kids' life. And the people that are in the family court system, many of them, some concede that, yes, we know that the laws are going to favor them. But like I talked about the tender years doctrine, there's also more states are adopting what's called the rebuttal presumption laws. And this means that the burden of proof has flipped. Instead of the father having to prove that he deserves 50-50, the mother must prove why he shouldn't have it. So the rebuttal presumption presumes what Pearl is saying, that people should have 50-50 custody. And if you think that there shouldn't be 50-50 custody, the burden is on the woman, the mother, the maternal side to prove that yes, the father is unfit to lead, to serve, to parent. This is called the rebuttal presumption.
The children and the marriage doesn't work out. She's got no income whatsoever. She doesn't deserve any alimony.
Women aren't even doing that. Number one, that's not even women are not staying home with the kids. And number two, you have daycare.
A lot of women do these days.
You have daycare.
The traditional women who want to stay home, they want to be traditional wives. And you trash them all the time, which I don't understand.
Look,
it seems like women can't do anything right when it comes to you, right? They're stay-at-home moms. They're traditional.
I understand that you can personally attack me.
I'm not personally attacking you.
Okay.
These are things that you have said on the record multiple times.
But if you cared about equality, you would care about false accusations.
I do care about false accusations.
No, you don't.
You don't know me. You don't know what I care about.
Look, all right. Let's talk about rights that men do not have. Men do not have the right to be enlisted in selective service. You know, we have 125K men who were drafted and buried overseas. Think about that over a second. You talk about the oppressions of the past, but how many men died in World War I and World War II and had no choice? And yet Ana complains about oppression. Men do not have the right to face their accuser in court when they have a false allegation and for personal protection orders that strips constitutional rights away from the man. Women go before a judge and say they don't feel safe, and more than likely a PP order will be issued. The man was not in court, had no say, has no defense, and does not get to face his accuser. That is done en masse, and many servicemen and first responders lose their careers over this because it strips a man's Second Amendment rights away based on no evidence. Men
Where are
do
you
not
getting
have the
that
right to
information
raise
from?
their children. Divorce is no fault, but when it comes to child custody, it's always the man's fault. He loses his children to the system. 96 hours a month the father does not make. Men have longer prison sentences. Women get a third of the time for the same crime. Where are the feminists fighting for equality on that issue? There has been rampant discrimination against better qualified men in hiring across multiple industries. Men pay more child support, and child support orders are not enforced at the same rates between men and women. Women are more likely
women pay
not
child
to
support.
pay
Fascinating.
and are prosecuted for non-payment at lower rates. Men cannot opt out of parenthood. Men have very few domestic violence shelters and are not taken seriously when they're domestic violence victims.
I agree on that. I do
White
agree
men
on
in
that.
particular are discriminated against when it comes to hiring and educational attainment.
True.
The Duluth model is a model that law enforcement, courts, and counselors use.
You see, they both of them agree that white men are allegedly being discriminated against in employment and educational attainment, right? They'll say this clearly. So all discrimination matters, right? Who is being more discriminated against? Black people? When white men get hired, they're not called DEI or affirmative action. That's what, when they say last hired, first fired, they're not talking about white men. But here, these two people, these two Karens up here, who are supposed to be on opposite sides of the aisle, but they both could agree white men are being discriminated against. And let's just say that is true. They both believe that Black people inherently have a lower IQ, right? We're powerless. We don't have the infrastructure and organized backing, right? So who does? People from their community. So who is in power? Who is in positions of leadership, authority, and influence to say who's being hired, who's being fired, who's been discriminated against? So when they're whining and saying white men or white people are being discriminated against, which is far-fetched, a crock of you know what, a crock of sugar, honey, iced tea, the ones that are being discriminated against is nowhere near the level that Black people are being discriminated against, and it's their own people. When white people discriminate against white people, they blame some poor thug in Chicago. They don't blame Peter Thiel, Larry Ellison, Miriam Adelson, Michael Bloomberg, Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, Bill Gates. They blame some poor thug in Oakland. He has no money. You said he can't read, but somehow he's oppressing you. You went to a private school with a silver spoon, but somehow you're being subjugated by someone in the inner city that you're scared to ride through. Like, does that make any sense to you?
Automatically, that assumes men are the aggressor. The tender years doctrine is a guideline in divorce used to justify removing the father from the child's life. The only institutional sexism that exists is institutional sexism that discriminates against men in favor of women. Furthermore, U.S. courts do not require receipts to show how that money is spent by the custodial parent, unless there's overwhelming evidence of starvation, malnutrition, or severe child abuse. There are numerous reports of custodial
You want the
parents spending
government
the
to
money
check
on
receipts and
luxury.
see, like,
Let's let her respond to some of that.
hold on, no, let's understand something. You want government to be so big that you literally have the government looking at receipts to see what a mother is spending the money on? That's insane.
I want no child support, no alimony, 50-50.
Yeah, because you're crazy and you don't live in reality.
I want equality.
I agree with Ana Kasparian. She doesn't live in reality. And sometimes Ana doesn't either. Like, Ana lives in this bubble where she tries to One moment she was a lefty progressive. Now she left the left, and now she's just like this independent. I'm not on the right. I just cozy up to the right. I'm just an independent, you know. But both of them are pathetic. I would just say Pearl is utterly more pathetic.
Multiple times.
But if you cared about equality, you would care about false accusations.
I do care about false accusations.
No, you
yep.
don't.
You don't know me. What, you don't know what I care about.
Look, all right. Let's talk about rights that men do not have. Men do not have the right to be enlisted in selective service. You know, we have 100.
Everything I mentioned. Pull it up. Pearl, the main thing I want people to understand, okay, Pearl's gonna trash women no matter what. That's fine.
I'm not trashing
But
them.
my biggest gripe with you.
This is kind of cringy for Pearl. Like, what are you doing up there? She just seems completely outclassed. And like, this is like they on the basketball court. Anna haven't even took her warm-ups off. And Pearl is just getting schooled. Anna's not even breaking a sweat, and she's just easily debunking and dismantling Pearl. And I'm no fan of Ana Kasparian, but I just gotta call balls and strike. Pearl is being intellectually obliterated. Is she even gonna land a punch? You know how they say, did you at least pinch the bitch? Like, damn, come on, Pearl. Fight back. This is pathetic.
Women have child support to fall back on. Women have to get you crab.
How many women die every year during childbirth?
Not many.
This country has the highest maternal mortality rate of.
She said not many women die during childbirth. Yeah. Look at the Black maternal rate. It's a lot higher than other people. So yeah, it may not be not many in her community, in the Karen community. There is way too many in the Black community. And since all lives matter and we don't see color and we're all Americans, it shouldn't matter that they're disproportionately Black women, right? We should overlook that and help them, not because they're Black, but because they're American, they're women, and they're God's children, right? When you frame it like that, maybe some people will have compassion. But when you say the maternal rate is disproportionately high, especially when you say per capita to the Black American population, no one has been doing anything about it. If the rate of Black women that were dying during childbirth, if you take out Black women and substitute and put Jewish women are dying at this rate during pregnancy, Asian women are dying at this rate, undocumented immigrant women are dying at this rate, suddenly it will be outrage. Both parties would be tripping over each other to pass legislation. But when you say it's happening to Black women, oh, well, it's the niggers, that's their lot in life. And then, no one cares. And then when they do use the pain and cite the statistics. They'll say, look at what Black women have went through. And since Black women are going through so much issues giving birth, you know how we're going to help Black women? We're going to invite a bunch of undocumented immigrants over, and we're going to help them deliver their babies safe and sound. That will help Black women, right?
Any developed countries. Everything I mentioned.
The only institutional sexism that exists is institutional sexism that discriminates against men in favor of women. Furthermore, U.S. courts do not require receipts to show how that money is spent by the custodial parent, unless there's overwhelming evidence of starvation, malnutrition, or severe child abuse.
And you're right. She has no idea how to debate. She's talked to thousands of people. This is what she always talks about. I've interviewed thousands of men. She's talking about she works on documentaries. And look, she has stacks upon stacks on stacks on stacks, stacks on stacks on stacks. She got stacks on stacks of paper And I mean, you didn't memorize any of this stuff, all of those stacks, but no facts. Does this shit make any sense to y'all? This is not a strong showing for the high IQs.
There are
Hold
numerous
on,
reports
pause.
of custodial
You want the
parents spending
government
the
to
money
check
on
receipts and
luxury.
see, like,
Let's let her respond to some of that.
hold on, let's understand something. You want government to be so big that you literally have the government looking at receipts to see what a mother is spending the money on? That's insane.
I want no child support, no alimony, 50-50.
Yeah, because you're crazy and you don't live in reality.
I want equality. I'm more of a feminist than you, Anna. Because I say if you want to vote, be in selective service, be on the front lines just like the men are.
Who do you think gives birth to and raises those soldiers?
What does that have to do with anything?
Because you assert that women shouldn't be allowed to vote because they're...
Pearl, what? Okay, I get what Pearl is saying, right? If you want to be, you want to take parts in the fruits of this country, you got to be fully invested like the men, right? The men are willing to fight and die in the wars, so should the women. And if you're unwilling to fight and die for the wars, where you don't get a right to vote, this is her argument. And it's not a new argument. Many people, she picked it up from a bunch of the like red pill wackos in the MIG towers, right? Has Pearl ever served in any type of military capacity? Hell to the no. But she's pushing this grand idea that in order for women to be respected in society and to be viewed as equal as men, then you need to go do what the men do. You need to go fight in the wars. That would hold some level of value, validity, legitimacy if she had led by example. She's not about to go fight anyone. She's not about to fight in any war. So why is she even trying to push this point? Many people that push that point, in order for you to make this point have any level of credibility and legitimacy, you need to be a veteran yourself. It doesn't mean that suddenly makes the argument right and precise. However, it does lend towards the validity of the argument based on the person that's making it. Pearl is completely oblivious and unqualified to make this type of statement. She's only making it because she heard some red pill, rudimentary brained wacko say it. She's just regurgitating talking points that she read. She didn't even memorize this stuff. Stacks on stacks on stacks of no facts.
The only institutional sexism that exists is institutional sexism that discriminates against men in favor of women. Furthermore, U.S. courts do not require receipts to show how that money is spent by the custodial parent, unless there's overwhelming evidence of starvation, malnutrition, or severe child abuse. There are numerous reports of custodial
You want the
parents
government
spending the
to
money
check
on
receipts and
luxury.
see, like...
Let's let her respond to some of that.
Hold on, let's understand something. You want government to be so big that you literally have the government looking at receipts to see what a mother is spending the money on?
Okay, so looks like we got a Pearl fanboy in the building, because everything you see in this world was built by a man. Pearl, at least if you gonna stand and shield for her, spell her name right. Pearl has been preaching this for over 10 years. And people have been preaching this for over 20 years. Some people have been preaching it for over 50 years. This is nothing new. This is not original from Pearl. And like I said, since you're a Pearl stan, is Pearl a veteran? Tell me what military capacity Pearl has served in. Is she just saying this to get clicks, or does she truly believe in this? If she believes in this, she should be serving. Why hasn't she served? So you're giving her credit for preaching what some other men have already said? She remixed what another man said, did it in a fancy studio, and you're like, she's been saying it for 10 years. Why hasn't she been serving for 10 years? Why isn't it not just veteran things? And you say that's not the point, you fool. You don't have no fool. You don't have a point, fool. And just for that, here, yeah. Like she says, incel vibes, not even incel, femcel, moist, effeminate incel vibes. Anybody that's coming over here caping for pearly things when she's up here getting slaughtered in this debate. And you're like, she was saying this for 10 years. Yeah, it wasn't original. She's been copying for 10 years and she didn't do any service for 10 years except for attract moist maniacs like you. But don't trip, bruh. I got something for you. Go sit in timeout. Go sit in Pearl and go circle jerk. Go whack off to Pearl's voice in the corner. Let the big boys take it from here. Let the real ones take it from here. And that ain't you.
That's insane.
I want no child support, no alimony, 50-50.
Yeah, because you're crazy and you don't live in reality.
I want equality. I'm more of a feminist than you, Anna. Because I say if you want to vote, be in selective service. Be on the front lines just like the men are.
Who do you think gives birth to and raises?
So looks like we have a not only moist individual, but an imbecile in the chat. She's talking about free money. We're breaking down what she's talking about, bro. Is that even your profile picture, bro? Because you look like a fake superhero, bro. Like, is that AI? But she's talking about free money, welfare, receipts. You're an idiot. Bye. Learn to talk, you soppy git. Huh? Like, you telling someone to learn how to talk, but you can't spell? You telling someone to learn how to talk, but you can't spell? You're grammatically incorrect and coherent. You can't stand to be wrong because you're a Muppet. Who calls people a Muppet? Where are you from, bro? I mean, seriously. Only Muppets I know is the Muppet Babies. And then he says, play the victim. You're literally in the chat playing the victim. And Pearl is up here saying that white men specifically are the victims. But you listen to people like her. Dudes like this is pathetic. And that's why it's like, I tried to give you some shine. I thought you was going to come with some scholarship. Instead, you just came just on some moist, effeminate stuff. Go listen to Nick Fuentes and jack off to his voice. Because this is the type of groiper energy you giving. And you know what? You know what? Hey, what's this dude's name? Hold on. Audiotronics. Hey, Audiotronics. This one's for you.
And I quote, you know your damn role and shut your damn mouth.
Thank you and fuck off.
Is those soldiers.
What does that have to do with anything?
Because you assert that women shouldn't be allowed to vote because they're not all in mandatory military service.
I say be equal. You want to vote, do what the men do. Men are fined
Should women be included in combat? Should women be included in combat?
Yes.
Okay.
Do what the men do.
Fair.
Do what the men do.
Yeah, fair. Agreed. Next. Next? Nothing? Okay. I want to know
what is going on with Pearl up here? She's supposed to be some sort of debater, and like she's up here. This is a main stage. This is listed as the main event, and she's getting slaughtered like this. She's too busy talking about she has black fatigue. I got Pearl fatigue. I got bimbo brain dead fatigue. Like, hit the books a little bit harder, Pearl.
your ideal woman is. Because if you are a traditional conservative woman who's married, staying at home, raising kids, you trash them.
There's no such thing as a traditional woman. They cannot be traditional in 2025 because women will always have the leverage.
What does that mean?
I do concur with this. There's no such thing as a traditional woman, but then there's no such thing as a traditional man because there's no clear definition of what that even means. If you ask 10 people what their version of a traditional man or a woman is, you'll get about 25 different answers. So I think that people don't need to be traditional men or women. You can hold traditional values and just be the evolved version or whatever you perceive and believe a traditional individual is. That's all it is. Nothing has to be set in stone and say traditional people do this, they say this, they dress like this, and they look like this. And they make it so rigid that there's no fluidity with the definition. But no, there's things that are okay in a traditional value structure, but there's some things that you need to adopt and amalgamate some level of modern, modernity into it.
I mean, what does it mean that women
Because-
will always have the leverage?
Women have child support to fall back on. Women have alimony. So automatically,
10% of divorces end with
And Sunlight, or I'm gonna drop the link. I want one of the ladies to come up. Like I said, y'all don't have to come up because I know it's at a time in the day where people might be busy. But I'm breaking this down. I would love to have a woman perspective, and y'all don't have to stay the whole time. But if you would like to pop in, I definitely will respect the energy. But this is for the ladies, no trolls and no musty dusty niggas. And y'all don't have to come up. It's just giving y'all the option.
it does-
alimony settlements.
and
10%.
and they go.
You just ignore the stats.
They
You
go
just move
from
on.
men to women. They go from men to women. Billions of dollars every
I
year.
thought you said earlier that
billions
women
of
are paying
dollars of-
alimony.
Billions of dollars of wealth every year is transferred from men to women.
Mhm.
Through
Based on what? Where are you
through
getting that
family
information
court.
from? You're just making it up?
Look, we have it. We're excited. We can get it to you at the end. You didn't want to submit. Where are your sources? You didn't.
So she says, "Oh yeah, we have the sources on our website, and we'll get it to you at the end. You got those stacks on stacks on stacks, stacks on stacks on stacks of paper, but no facts, no sources. What the fuck do you have all of this paper for?"
Want to submit them ahead of time. You didn't.
The Census Bureau, Bureau of Labor Statistics. I cited everything I mentioned. Pull it up. Pearl, the main thing I want people to understand, okay? Pearl's gonna trash women no matter what. That's fine.
I'm not trashing.
But
them.
my biggest gripe with you is you're discouraging people from entering.
So what do you mean it's not working? I sent the link. You should be able to just click on it. And if it's not working, copy the link. You can copy the link and then just open it in a different browser, whether it be like Google or one of the other browsers. You should be able to just click straight on it. But yeah, because it's working, because it looks like I've been joined. Hold on, I gotta make sure. Is that really her?
Who the hell are you?
Is that really who I think it is? Is that you, Lotus? Okay, I think I've been joined by Lotus Ty. Hopefully it's not the troll. But actually, and let me see, send me a message on Twitter, because if it's not working for you here, I'll send it to your inbox on Twitter and then see if it works that way. So just let me know and I'm gonna continue on. Hey, what's up, Lotus? You there?
Hello? Yes, I'm here.
Okay, cool. I was like, don't break my heart and tell me it's troll, it's not Lotus. No, but appreciate you coming through. Always love your perspective, and hopefully my Florida family come through. Sunlight, she's gonna try to get on the link. And she don't usually even hit links. So if she does, that will be great. But before I proceed with the video, Lotus, what, are you a subscriber of Just Pearly Things, Ana Kasparian? Are you familiar with these women or what?
I have to be honest, I'm not really familiar. I was gonna hang back a little bit for Sunlight, but yeah, I'm not very familiar. But what I'm hearing, what I'm seeing is, You have this stack of paper and you are in a debate. Nothing that you are saying is organic. If it's not organic, it's not going to last. And so for me, um, it's like, and out of all of that paper you have stapled together, you have no citations, not one, to back up what you're saying since you can't remember.
And that's what made it look really bad, because this is the type of woman. She has a lot of debates, and she does debates, and she talks about black fatigue. She'll do a lot of conversation and try to stir up gender war beefs, but mainly with like the black community, though. You know what I mean? Are black women masculine? You know what I mean? Do you care about divesting? So she was known for doing those types of content. Her page was called Just Pearly Things, but she, there were some black people, Jason Black, the Black Authority being one of them, who exposed her bigotry. So then she tried to do a different lane. She started doing a lot of stuff with like Nick Fuentes and Myron Gaines. So that lets you know what type of character she has. She was on Piers Morgan a couple times, but all of her shtick is just repeating what some of these red pill wackos and MGTOW maniacs said. None of her stuff is original. So people give her credit because it appears that she's fighting for men, but all she's doing is content. She can't show you anything that she's done that tangibly helps men. Somehow she's supposed to be helping men by creating content. And the other chick, her name is Ana Kasparian. Both of them are Karens by my estimation. But Anna is at least more sensible than this Pearl chick. And Anna, she is like a political pundit with a organization called TYT. So they set this up as a debate. And, she's supposed to be representing the pro-feminist point of view. And Pearl is supposed to be fighting for men, because men are, so oppressed, so let's get back into the video. And then as I interject, I'll let you chime in.
Marriages.
I don't tell men what to do. Sell me on
advise men to avoid marriage.
Sell me on marriage. What do men get out of marriage?
That's sad. It's sad that people think that. It really is. You get a partner, you get a teammate, you get to build a life together, and it's beautiful.
And this is wild because Pearl is not married, never been married. And I get it, right? There are many situations where men are getting a raw deal in marriage. But however, I'd say you got to man up. It's up to you to be able to set clear terms, guidelines, boundaries, and maybe even sign a prenuptial. That doesn't guarantee that you're not going to get your heart broken or face some sort of financial, spiritual, or physical loss. That's not guaranteed. But if you're scared, then just don't do it at all. You know what I mean? I think that, people just need to man up, specifically adult up, and be prepared for what comes with the consequences. With great risk comes great reward. So yeah, you're taking a great risk, but the reward could outweigh that. You don't know, but it's also up to you to steer and help mitigate the risk so it remains a reward and it's not just a risky, hazardous situation. But people like Pearl act like she's fighting for men, and then they'll act like they're trad, right? They're traditional, but isn't marriage like a very traditional thing? So here you got this girl pretending to be conservative and traditional, but is arguing against marriage. So if men are not to get married, then what are they going to be doing? Pumping and dumping in the streets, right? And then they'll turn around and say that's degenerate and men have no discipline and they need to keep it in their pants. Like, which one is it? What is she saying that's conducive to a conservative lifestyle? She should be pushing marriage. Instead, she's saying there's absolutely no benefits for men, and she's trying to talk down on it. Here, sell marriage to me like you're not sold on marriage. It's like, don't do it. Go be a bachelor. Many of you dudes don't have enough acumen. You ain't performing in the bedroom like that. Your mouthpiece ain't tight enough for you to just be this bachelor just running through baddies. So yes, if you could find somebody to marry, that will probably be the best for you, whether she's small, tall, fat, got stretch marks or whatever. If you found someone that loves you for you and is willing to stick with you forever and build a better life with you, yeah, people should be promoting that, especially if you're claiming conservative traditional values. Go ahead, get in there, Lotus. What did you hear from that one? Because she is saying essentially there's no reason for men to get married in 2026 because there's no benefits. So she's saying, here, sell me on this. I need to be sold on marriage. Like, what do you think about what has been said?
I believe she's dressing up her rhetoric as feminism because it's really not. Um, she's using the white male gaze as her source of feminism because she's really masculine herself. And when I say the white male gaze, I use that loosely because I'm looking at her. She's not very polished. So of course it's easier for her to say, you know, don't get married and to push this gender war, this gender divide, and it's easier for her, but it's easier for her on paper. You see what I'm saying? Because it's not organic. Like you said, she has this stack of paper stapled together, and it's just things that she's regurgitated. It's not things that she actually believes. And I just feel like this is the type of rhetoric that has brought out the gender divide within our communities. It's slithered and it's seeped over into our communities, and it's just a disease at this point. But as far as marriage, I just feel like for men, I'm not a man, but this is just my 2 cents. I just feel like you can't wife up women who aren't righteous. You can't wife up women who aren't living in their divine femininity and then dressing it up as feminism because it's really not. She wants the white male gaze. She wants the male ear, and she wants clout. I mean, this is what they're doing. They use Black women and men as a proxy for clout and clickbait.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I had sunlight in the back, but for some reason her device wasn't connected, so I was trying to send her a message to just do that. And no, I concur because when she was doing her panels, she would always get Black people, but she used to be in the UK. So she used to get a bunch of Black British people over there, like Nigerian Brits over there. And somehow that would be speaking to the Black community because she's American, but she was an American in UK. So they would do all sorts of these degenerate, disgusting topics about the Black community, but it would be falling on us. So people would be like, well, why is Black people acting like that, talking like that, etc.? But you know how they tried to make us all one big global Negro. So if some Black people over there just talking like, Cheerio, would you like a spot of tea? Then somehow they trying to say, oh, well, they have the same struggle as you because look, they have a complexion. You got a big nose. They got a big nose. So whatever they going through, y'all going through too. So Pearl used to push a lot of that gender war stuff. She would have self-hating Blacks on there to say, man, I don't F with Black women. So it will be some Nigerian British person saying he hates Black women, and then they'll say, see, these niggas hate us. But it's like, that was some Nigerian tether over in the UK, but somehow Black American men have to answer for that. So we just kind of tired of this stuff. But Pearl is one of those people where she pushes those types of divisions, and unfortunately, because many people want to get clout, they want to get their videos clicked on and viewed, they're willing to go up there and kind of engage in this menstrual activity in the name of clicks and views. They say cocaine is a hell of a drug. I say clout is a hell of a drug.
I feel like misery loves company in this situation. And how would you know what you get out of marriage if you haven't experienced marriage in the first place? I'm not saying that as a personal attack. I really hope that Pearl meets the love of her life
Why do
and
we
gets
have-
married.
why
It's
do-
not about that. But you trash it without really understanding what the benefits are.
Why do we have phrases like it's cheaper to keep her?
Pearl,
Answer the question.
divorce is expensive. And by the way, on purpose to discourage people from getting divorced in the first place.
Why do we have phrases like happy wife, happy life?
Because it's true. Same with happy husband, happy life. I don't want to come home to an angry husband.
But that's not a phrase.
Do you have
is
any
it?
other like catchphrase or?
So you see how she tried to get her with a gotcha. I hear her, right? Like that does make sense. With the whole happy wife, happy life. However, that is factual, right? If you engage in a marriage, you will have a happier life if your wife is happy. Now, should happiness only be reserved for your wife? And that's why Anna, which she smartly did, said, yes, that is facts, but also happy husband too. I don't want to come home to a husband that's not happy. And you see, Pearl just had to shut up. And if you look at her face right now, she's like, what did I get myself into? She's getting intellectually slaughtered because she didn't think this out. She brought that up. Why do they have phrases like happy wife, happy life? Okay, yeah, all right. Make a phrase for happy husband. Why didn't Pearl make her own phrase? Could it be because she doesn't have a husband? Go ahead, Lotus.
She says it because what's crazy is you played this little segment right here, and it proves the exact point I was speaking of earlier about her dressing up her quote unquote feminism as masculinity. The whole it's cheaper to keep her, happy wife, happy life. And she says, and notice how she says, why do we have those terms or those phrases? Those are
Yeah,
things that men say, Those are things that men say. Are you trans?
that's what I'm trying to say. You see, she's all over the place where she's acting like she's fighting for men. But then in your sense, like you said, she's adopting a masculine mindset to a point that she thinks that she is a man because she's regurgitated so many male talking points that are not just based on, just accuracy. A lot of them are based on propaganda. And I'm not saying the propaganda is one-sided, right? There's a lot of feminist propaganda, but we can't try to act like all of this red pill talk. Yeah, there's some truth in there and there's a lot of propaganda as well. So when she said, we say it's cheaper to keep her, yeah, that's what men say, right? Women wouldn't be saying it's cheaper to keep her, right? Talking in the third person. And then you have to ask whether you like that phrase or not. Is it cheaper to keep her? If people are getting, she's saying they're getting taken in a divorce, then in that situation, factually, it would be cheaper to keep her. Not saying that you should have to, not saying that you want to. We're saying what's factual. And that's what Anna was pointing to. Like, technically, it is factually cheaper to keep her. If it's not, prove me wrong. But Pearl has no facts, just stacks and stacks of paper.
Slogan you want to throw at me?
What do men get out of marriage?
They get a partner
That gains 25 pounds in the first 5 years.
Men get pretty fat too. I don't know if you've done a comparative analysis on that. They actually end up gaining more weight than their wives do.
Hey, you gotta let her cook. Like I said, Pearl keeps trying to come with these gotchas, but swing and a miss, she's striking out. She said, yeah, when you get married, your chick gets fatter. Unfortunately, that does happen, but sometimes people, want more cushion for the pushing. So the women are getting fatter, but there's a reason why they say a dad bod. A lot of the dudes are getting fatter as well. Could you speak to that too, Lotus?
She she keeps speaking as if she is a man. This is what gets me. Like, I just cannot. Um, she tries to make it seem as if she has this allure of femininity. She dresses it up as feminism, and she has no allure. She can't even get the male gaze. So the best thing that she can do is side with masculinity. That's the only time she can get the gaze or the ear of a man. And I don't mean to attack her personally, but I mean, she's sitting over here looking like a cheap Timu librarian.
Yeah, because some dude in the chat named Gregory, he's going off on us, but he's discriminating because I want you to respond to this. He said, we all know this because most women are narcissistic. I mean, that's kind of incel talk. I mean, not to say that a lot of women are narcissistic. I just don't think that's just something inherent to one particular sex or gender. I think there's a lot of narcissistic men and just as many, if not more, narcissistic women. I can't truly quantify that. I could speculate, but you can't say that confidently and factually. So he says, so since she stands up for men, you're going to sit here and discredit her. You want to respond to that, Lotus? Because I don't.
She's not standing up for men. That's where you get this wrong. She's not standing up for men. She thinks she's a man. That's the problem. So it has nothing to do with discrediting her. It's not organic. It's not natural. If it was natural, if it was organic, she wouldn't have a stack of paper that she had to staple at the copy machine, because you can staple them thick packets of paper at the copy machine because you can't do it with a regular stapler. So
Yeah,
because
I don't.
it's so thick, she's
She's
nobody is.
unprepared, and that's not an attack to discredit her. If she was winning this debate, I would say that she's winning. I'm not a fan of Ana Kasparian. That doesn't mean she's not winning. She's dismantling these talking points. The happy wife, happy life got dismantled. The cheaper to keep her, all of her points are getting dismantled. This is not about trying to discredit her and trying to make her seem like she's standing up for men, because she's not. She's a content creator. That's it. I don't know why this dude is acting like she's some revolutionary fighter. If you want her, bruh, slide in her DM. She might be single, bruh. Like, but
Of
stop.
course she is.
Yeah, that is true. After this video, she's definitely single.
She's a whole man. Of course she is. What man wants that? Come on.
Yeah,
Which
what is traditional about this as well, right? Because she claims to be conservative and trad. Like, what is traditional about this? She has some traditional, that outfit she has on that looks like a traditional, a Mayflower outfit, but like
a
outside of,
Timu librarian. That's what she looks
yeah,
like.
I think that is more appropriate. Okay, so let's get back into it.
Who cares?
Men.
I mean, have a conversation with your partner. Encourage her.
How
Be
can
an adult.
How can men and women be equal?
Especially if she's giving you
How can men
children.
and women be equal when one is expected to die for the other?
I don't expect anyone to die for anyone else. I don't know what that even comes
Yeah,
from.
but men are willing to die for you every day. The men in the police force, the men in the military.
What about the women in the police force?
They're 10%, and they cause so many
what?
problems.
Who cares what percentage women make up of the police force?
Yeah,
They're in the
they
police
can't-
force.
they
My
can't-
sister-in-law's a cop, actually.
They can't do the same.
So do you think this is a valid point right here, Lotus? What she's trying to articulate, which is not her point as well. She stole this from some men, but like you've already laid out, she thinks she's a man, right? Do you think that this is a valid point, that because she's essentially saying that we're not equal, right? So that if we're not equal, that men should be viewed as the superior being because they're willing to risk and put their life on the line. But by that same logic, this is why Anna said, yeah, but there's women cops. So if a woman is willing to jump in front of a bullet for her husband, does that make her superior to him or equal to him? Are they
So
only equal if they're willing to jump in front of a bullet? If someone breaks into the house, if your wife runs down with a knife or a firearm, somehow she's equal. Like, are you following this line of logic? Does it have any legitimacy to you that if someone is willing to die for you, then somehow that kind of puts them on a level above you?
I think genders are just that, genders, and they're separate. I think the strength of a woman would be the strength of a woman, and the strength of a man is the strength of a man, which I'm not going to sit up here and say that if it came down to it, like I knew I would be able to, beat a man because I can't. He can be the same size as me. And I'm like 5'5", by the way, be the same size as me, but
Hey,
his
it's them
strength
niggas
is
that's
going
5'5".
they right. They just naturally have a strength to them. And I think this is and where she's getting it wrong. Oh, well, my cousin or sister-in-law or whatever is a cop. Well, she's still a woman. So I guess what I'm saying is that I don't if we were to categorize everything, because they love to categorize everything, I don't think that women would be superior to men. I mean, if that's the question, we just have our own roles. We're
And that I think the lane that you're taking is more appropriate. And thank you for that answer, because that was a fair answer. In certain regards, if we're talking about strength and various other aspects, men are superior in those aspects of the discussion based on, a lot of other variables. But if we're going to admit that, there are areas, and some people will say maybe there's less amounts of area where women are superior to men. Now, people could say that factually, people could say that objective or subjectively. I say that it is factually because we have different roles. There's certain things that women are going to do better. Them doing it better means they're superior at this specific task or duty. You know what I mean? And that's okay. I always talk about the engine and the transmission, right? You know, people could say that the engine is more important, right? But the engine won't run without the transmission. People will say the transmission is more important, but the transmission is nothing without an engine. You see what I'm saying? So do we need to focus on which one is better, or should we focus on that you guys need each other to run properly? If you got this big, strong engine, it's not going to run properly unless you got a big, strong transmission.
I
You
agree.
got a big, strong transmission and you got a weak engine, that transmission is going to blow the engine out. You need each other. Interdependence, not independence, interdependence. So at that point, does it really matter who's superior? Yeah, the engine is more valuable, but I still need a transmission. Hey, you're stronger than her. Yeah, but you still need your partner, right, to be strong as well. I'm fighting off hella niggas. So then you need a strong minded person to make sure that the kids, okay, he's down there fighting off of the bad guys. I need a strong minded person to go and make sure that the kids is safe and they locked them and they climbed out the back door and they made a call to the police, right? That's strength. That's the transmission and the engine working together. At that point, am I going to say, I had to beat up 4 niggas, I'm superior than you, and all you did was run and dial 911? Nah, you needed both. You know what I mean?
Right. They definitely work in tandem. But I'm not going to sit up here and act like I'm gonna go get on the front lines of a war because I can't. I'd probably cry like from everything that's happening. I just feel like the roles are just very different. There are things that men
They need to be different, right? If I'm out here
right.
busting heads on the field and then you want to come back to a soft woman, like if the dudes was out there seeing and doing stuff that has them traumatized, do you want to come back to a woman who's equally as traumatized as you? Or someone that's more soft and demure, you know what I mean? So,
Right.
and then are you gonna come back broken with PTSD? I'm stronger than you because I killed X amount of people. None of that matters right now. Right now, you want to be a little teddy bear after the bodies that you laid in the streets. That's the yin and the yang. So you
Right.
can get into the superiority, but like, what purpose is it serving?
None. It needs balance. At the end of the day, you just have to work in tandem.
And shout out to Sunlight. She tried to come up, and Sunlight one of these days will get you up. I'm kind of sad because this sister is so sophisticated and and she's on code, so I could love and appreciate that. So and she in the Florida, she over there in Florida. So if you over there in Florida and you ain't a Sambo or a Tether, I'll rock with you. But she said, I used to be a pipe welder, and just I already got to stop there because they expect women. Like, what are you doing? This is a man's job. They say it's a man's world. So they, of course, think that this is a man's job. So you're already going to be ostracized and seen as DEI and less than just for being a woman in that field, let alone a black woman. So salute to you for doing that trade. I used to be a pipe welder, and the men will tell you that women are more detailed when it comes to welding. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that women are just flat out better at, but there's some sort of ego involved that people don't want to admit it. There's a bunch of women in the NBA that will beat most men. They will beat the majority of men. These are women. You're physically stronger than them. Yeah, but if you go out there on the court where it's not just about your size and strength, your skill, your agility, and other things come into play, it's a lot of things that women are better than. There's some MMA chicks. I think Amanda Nunes, she would knock out a lot of dudes. Amanda Nunes is no joke. I think Clarissa Shields, and I'm not saying they would beat up every person because, like Ashura points out, men have 1.5 to 2 times the bone, muscle, and density of women. No one is saying that, but there are anomalies and exceptions to the rule. So that's all we're going to say. And we have been created with different roles for different things. So, and I remember Cat Williams, he did a video with Shannon Sharp, and he said he prefers to have women around him because he likes to smoke a lot of blunts. If he gonna have some chicks rolling, if he gonna have some spit on some blunts, I mean, I'd rather it be, some or some Sunlight spit on the blunts. But the same thing too. If you get hungry and you need somebody to chef something up, you rather have a Sunlight, a Lotus Tie, a Jackie, rather than your homie. So he's like, in a lot of these situations, when he's working on getting things productively done, and a lot of times women are more receptive to, and I don't mean to say this in like a obedient, subservient way, but it just is what it is in terms of following instructions and sometimes orders, depending on what it is. Because if I'm over here and we're on a movie set, and I could say, hey, Lotus, look, man, we got some food. Could you take care of this over here? You'll be the caterer over this. I'll shoot you something. Could you just do that? Make sure everybody is straight. Women are more prone to following instructions, following the lead and stuff, even if they have some pushback or some questions or something, versus some dude to be like, nigga, who you think you is? You ain't my boss, or you know what I mean? Or maybe some moans and groans with that. And I'm not saying that this is every dude or anything. I'm just saying on average, based on my experience, women are more receptive to these type of roles, and we're kind of organizing and building certain things too, right? If I do an event and I need to collect a bunch of names and stuff, I'm gonna have a woman do it. They're more productive. They're more affable. More people, if I have some nigga that's high out of his mind trying to get signatures and stuff, I may get some. If I have a very focused woman who's solid, smelling good and smiling and stuff, you're gonna get a lot of numbers. You're gonna get a lot of organizing and stuff. Yeah, dude's gonna be trying to shoot their shot, but I train them to do the Heisman Trophy pose. So we got to work with each other. But there's many positions that I do when I'm organizing. I prefer to work with women because they are superior in many regards.
Oh, I agree. I definitely understand. I know that um, most men, for that part, wouldn't want a man cooking over their food, talking about you want some breakfast,
Oh,
like Vin Rames did on Baby Boy.
and I'm
But
sure it was delicious, but I'm like, you can keep that, bruh. It's like you can keep keep that sausage over there, bruh.
and I agree. I do believe that as women we can move around a room better than a man can than a man can in order, to say get signatures or something like that. Mix in your beauty with the beautiful smile, like you said, smelling good, looking good. And you can get that whole thing, signed, but you let a big burly man going around saying, "Hey, can you sign this?" And then, dudes might just be looking at him sideways just based off the strength that he's big and burly.
No,
So
that plays a huge part. You know what I mean? There's been multiple times where somebody tried to get you to sign up something for voting, and the person looks a type of way. People shouldn't do this, but people do make judgments based on they see, and they be like, "Oh, whatever." But if there's an attractive, confident-looking woman, whatever you're trying to sign, whatever it is that you're trying to get past, that people will take the time to listen to it. And just from a business standpoint, the women have been super supportive to me. Not just, on some, here I'm trying to slide in, you feel me, and give them, and pipe them down. Not like, nah, just on some responsible, mature type of stuff. Sometimes dudes get a bit obnoxious as well and think that you can't have any type of solid relationship with a mature woman unless you trying to smash and stuff. It kind of shows how childish and immature you are and how you lack discipline. It doesn't mean that, this person is not smash worthy. I mean, maybe you can do that down the line, but once you just is wearing that on your sleeve and you're trying to conduct business, it's just a certain level of thirst that I can't commend or condone. Did you have something to say, Lotus?
I agree. I 100% agree. I wish Sunlight was here. I would love to hear her perspective
I know, Sunlight.
right now.
Sunlight, what was happening, Sunlight? Because I don't know why, because when you came up, it kept saying your device is not connected. So you may have to copy the link and try to open it in a different browser. What browser are you using? Are you using Google? Otherwise, try to use like a different internet browser. But make sure that all of your other apps that have a camera or mic access, make sure that's closed. But she said, yes, men scratch themselves too much to be in the kitchen. She like niggas over there scratching their nuts and then saying, hey, you want to taste this? What? These nuts?
I mean, you gotta be careful. You really do, because
Hey,
that
no,
same
that
dude
is
that might be that, and I'm just saying, now that same dude that might cut your hair at his house might be using them clippers to clip something else. So
yeah, that's true. So she says she only have Google and Chrome. Yeah, and like he says Google Chrome should work, otherwise use Microsoft Edge. Yeah, I'm on Android, this Droid gang. Yeah, so I don't know why it's not working. So like I said, copy the link that I sent you, go to your Google Chrome app and then paste it there. And then if it says you don't have access, you should be able to hit like there should be like a little cog. It looks like a cog wheel. You should be able to click on that and check and see if your device is not connected. You should be able to connect it that way. So just try it, because we would love to hear your perspective. Sunlight, she did try to come up multiple times, but if your device is not connected, and you don't even have to be on camera either, just try to put a profile pic like Lotus did. But let me get back into the video.
Jobs. There's videos on the internet
see my
everywhere of
sister-in-law.
women getting their guns taken because they're not strong enough.
Are you just making things up?
Not trashing
But
them.
my biggest gripe with you is you're discouraging people from entering marriages.
I don't tell men what to do. Sell me on
You
okay,
advise
Anna,
men to avoid marriage.
Sell me on marriage. What do men get out of marriage?
That's sad. It's sad that people think that. It really is. You get a partner, you get a teammate, you get to build a life together, and it's beautiful. I feel like misery loves company in this situation. And how would you know what you get out of marriage if you haven't experienced marriage in the first place? I'm not saying that as a personal attack. I really hope that Pearl meets the love of her life and gets married. It's not about that. But you trash it without really understanding what the benefits are.
Why do we have phrases like it's cheaper to keep her?
Pearl,
answer the question.
Divorce is expensive. And by the way, on purpose, to discourage people from getting divorced in the first place.
Why do we have phrases like happy wife, happy life?
Because it's true. Same with happy husband, happy life. I don't want to come home to an angry husband.
But that's not a phrase.
Do you have any other like catchphrase or slogan you want to throw at me?
What do men get out of marriage?
They get a partner
that gains 25 pounds in the first 5 years.
Men get pretty fat too. I don't know if you've done a comparative analysis on that. They actually end up gaining more weight than their wives do. And who cares?
Men.
I mean, have a conversation with your partner. Encourage her.
Be
an adult.
How can men and women be equal?
Especially if she's giving you
How can men
children.
and women be equal when one is expected to die for the other?
I don't expect anyone to die for anyone else. I don't know what that even comes
Yeah,
from.
but men are willing to die for you every day. The men in the police force, the men in the military.
What about the women in the police force?
They're 10% and they cause so many
what?
problems.
Who cares what percentage women make up of the police force?
Yeah,
They're in
but
the
they
police
can't-
force.
they
My
can't-
sister-in-law's a cop, actually.
They can't do the same jobs. There's videos on the internet
see my
everywhere of
sister-in-law.
women getting their guns taken because they're not strong enough.
Are you just making things up?
No.
Pearl, what are you doing? Like, seriously. Next question.
Yeah, that was awkward. Like Anna said, what are you doing? More stacks of paper, no facts. This is flabbergasting to think that she could just come up here and just kind of mosey through this debate with just smiles and a couple buzzwords. Cue the Jeopardy music. What's up with all this dead silence?
Do you realize how good you have it in this country?
Absolutely. Best country in the world.
And you get to live the life you live at the expense of men.
No, that's not true.
That is true.
Show me how.
Do you know how many men die every year? There are men that
The awkward laugh when you don't know what to say, when you look and sound stupid. And I do concur. There are men who are doing a lot of the drudgery, the jobs that are called dirty jobs. No one wants to do. They're sent to go fight and die in these wars that no one cares about. But Pearl doesn't care about any of this stuff. She's just using these talking points for content. And unfortunately, there's so many incels out there that have mommy issues, that still want to be sucking on mommy's teeth, that if she says one thing, they're like, she's standing up for us. How? By making more content. So she's getting paid off of men, but she's not doing anything for men except for talking. You got a bunch of men saying this. You're not donating to the men that are saying this. You don't care about the men saying this. But somehow we should care about Pearl acting like a man, saying the same thing that dudes have said decades ago. This ain't just like something someone said 2 weeks ago. These conversations are decades old. They say it's nothing new under the sun. This debate didn't reveal anything new. I mean, unless you thought Pearl was smart, then this revealed how much of a empty, hollow-headed bird brain she is.
Die every year to get you crab.
How many women die every year during childbirth?
Not many.
And it looks like you want to say something, and I have been joined. And if you can, Sunlight, just mute up real quick. Hold on. Just hit the mute button. Okay, cool. And if you're playing this video in the background, close that as well, because it will be a echo. And Red 6, sorry, I appreciate you, bro, for sticking in. This is hard to watch. Like I said, I didn't know how much of it I was going to do. Just depend on how much engagement I got with the fans. This is hard to watch. So Red 6, you could have been anywhere in the world. I do appreciate you. And I have to apologize because I know you probably want to vomit right now. So go get a little garbage can and just keep that next to you just in case you got to vomit. Appreciate you. And go ahead, Lotus, and we're going to go right to the lovely Sunlight. Go ahead. You got it.
Yay, I'm glad she made it in. I'm so happy. What I was gonna say is an impudent woman is the destruction of a nation. And this is definitely her persona. Um, she's definitely leading men to destruction. And I wouldn't want, as a man, I'm not a man, but I wouldn't want a woman speaking for me, speaking for men. And it's just crazy to me how she's dressing up this feminist movement as femininity by a masculine female is appalling. It's more of a conversation for men. And she's asking, what do men get? I mean, they gain a legacy, a lifeblood that lives on after they're no longer here. There's so many things that could be said. It's so many ways that this question can be responded to. But my question mainly is this woman even a Christian?
Well, that's the thing. She kind of claims that she is, then tries to act like she's not. So this is why I try to tell people, the people that try to say this is a white Christian nation and they push all of these beliefs. So why are you guys popularizing this chick? She has over 2 million subs. Is mainly talking about like brain dead stuff like this. She always has a stack in papers, but she's used to reading off these empty anecdotal stats, which are not really stats. They're just statements. She's used to reading them all and people don't challenge her. And this is why she spent the bulk of her early career. She would be talking to Black people in the UK about Black issues, but it would be streamed in America. So it's framed as Black American issues. And these are some of the other things that led to the delineation, saying, no, we're not taking credit for that. That's a Nigerian Brit. And then they want to try to frame it. Well, y'all all is Black and came from Africa. So y'all just one big global Negro. Whatever they go through, y'all go through. And for minutes, we just didn't even care. We're just like, okay, I mean, it is what it is. Those are our brothers and sisters, you know what I mean? Until we start saying like, oh, hold hold on, nothing about this is brotherly, sisterly, or even family, right? So we want to separate from that, delineate from that, because it's an inaccurate representation of who we are. It's a completely different lineage, heritage, and culture, right? Hey, y'all should be over there promoting and promulgating the virtues of y'all culture, not trying to cosplay and tether to ours and try to dictate what our culture is to us. But before, go ahead.
It sounds like they're just vomiting up that, those dry crumpets and biscuits that they eat over there. That's what it's sounding like. But you're definitely right. Like, the black people over there that are in the UK, they're not even from there. Like, they're from Nigeria, they're from these different places in Africa and these different black nations in the Caribbean. So how is it that you get them to be able to tell our struggles and what we went through when they don't know? You're not an American and you're definitely not a Black American. So it's just crazy to me. It's crazy how they keep allowing this stuff to go on. And not to even bring it up, but I'm kind of glad that FBA has seemingly went mainstream because they were saying it's just internet BS, right? But that's not what we just heard on that Tucker Carlson show. So
Correct. Yeah, it's already in multiple political documents. Both parties are trying to, and they're not saying it. They're not saying it to ultimately big us up, but they are acknowledging it. But then again, we don't really need them to big us up. But just to your point, like you said, when people say, "Oh, it's just French and it's only online," no, it's not. That proves that the grassroots are being listened to. Now, whether you identify as not, there's many people like I don't identify as African American, right? You know what I mean? I don't identify as Israelite or also or Choctaw or anything like that. However, I know there are people that have the FBA lineage that may identify as those respective groups. I'm not into the whole I identify as this, you have to identify as that. Just stay on code. Don't try to undermine the collective and identify however you want to identify. It's ultimately not up to your individual identity. It's up to what the collective chooses, because all these other identities have been imposed. So now people are saying we have intellectual sovereignty. This is what we choose. This is what we're comfortable with. At that point, you have to set your ego aside. Well, we shouldn't be called this, you know what I mean? Because this person is controversial. You can say that about any name. You can say that about African American, you know what I mean? There are a bunch of white Jews, the DNC, and Boule sellouts who was working with the feds who came up with that term, right? You can say any of these terms. Call yourself African. It wasn't no Black African that came up with that term. I'm Nigerian. It wasn't a Black African that came up with that term. So any term that you try to think of, it's like you didn't come up with the term, but you can still take claim and ownership of the term. You can turn the term into something that's favorable to you, because they always want to bring out the negative connotations of Black. Well, I focus on the positive connotations. No one is forcing you to call yourself Black. You know what I mean? Call yourself melanin rich or whatever you think. And then, try to build a coalition of melanin rich people. Let the Black people who identify unapologetically as Black, let them handle their own business. Sunlight, are you there?
Yes, I'm here finally.
Damn, there she goes.
Working.
Yeah, I was getting. Hey, what's up? Are you on a mic or something? Because your desk sound a little muffled.
No, I'm not.
Okay, just try to talk again.
Okay, are you hearing me clearly now?
Okay, yeah. So I'm gonna go ahead and mute and then say what you got to say.
Okay. Pearly, I didn't even recognize her at first until she started talking. I said, I know that voice. And then when I heard you say her name, I'm like, oh, her. Why are they even having a debate between these two? That's kind of like so unmatched. Like Pearly would kind of be like Myron Gaines trying to debate Claude Anderson or Umar Johnson. I think her and Nick um, to me, I mean, she gives like, just by looking at her here, do we know that she isn't a lesbian? Has that ever been put out there? You heard anything about it? Because she gives lesbian vibes to me. And then, the grift. She says a lot of things for clicks. Anna, just like you said, she doesn't really have a lot of paperwork with her. She's just going off of some kind of factual information. And you had these people in the audience clapping for Pearl as if she's doing these mic drop moments. She's not even saying anything, citing anything that she's getting this information from. This is just from her feelings. And it's not backed up by anything but getting, I guess, little angry guys like that one that was commenting earlier. I forgot what his name was, but I think you blocked him. Based off getting clicks from people like that. So I'm going to mute for a second, and then I'm going to see what you have to say, and I'm going to come back on.
Okay, thanks. And hey, I like that perspective. That is funny because, yeah, this is clearly a mismatch. Like, it's almost like when you see Mike Tyson, right? And then you find like a little 8th grader, like Mike Tyson, go fight him. It's like, Mike Tyson should be in the ring with no frail, sickly 8th grader. Like, what are y'all doing? Like, this has been just like an intellectual obliteration. And people in, like Sunlight is saying, people in the crowd was clapping, but she didn't even say nothing profound, prolific. There was no mic drop moments. And this shows you the kind of WWF wrestling aspect to some of these debates where people try to lock into their favorites. I like Pearl because I'm subscribed to her and I think she stands up for men. So even if she's getting destroyed in the debate, I'm going to cheer for her to try to draw some fake support. But people have eyes, people have ears, they can listen, dissect this information. So this is a clear body for Anna. Anything after this is just overkill.
This country has the highest maternal mortality rate of any developed country. So a lot of women do die as a result of pregnancy and childbirth, yes.
Interesting.
This is painful, man.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? This is painful. Look at her face. She's just sitting up there laughing and giggling, ha-ha, and kikiing while she's getting destroyed. Go ahead, Sunlight.
Yeah, and I mean the people in the audience that are doing this fake audience reaction for her, she might as well go ahead and record that and put it on her podcast, because like these have got to be like paid people. Like, she looks like an idiot. I mean, I wouldn't even have to agree with Anna to take sides in this. I mean, she's just clearly not prepared, and she has these dead still moments of silence that's making that obvious. She's not even trying to deflect or go to something different. She's just sitting there in silence. Like, come on.
And that just shows how ill prepared she is. Go ahead, Lotus.
I mean, I could have answered that question if I was Pearl, but at that point, she couldn't say what she wanted to say because she's been shitting on Black women her entire career, whatever you want to call it. But the woman mentioned, oh, well, we have the highest mortality rate in the nation. But what they're failing to mention is who are the ones that are dying the most, the highest rate, which is Black women. That's why all of that dead air was there. It's embarrassing because she is so biased. She couldn't even use a talking point that would have been valid, because this is what she does. She uses Black men and women as clickbait and clout. She uses us as a proxy only. And because she did that, she's sitting there with a bunch of dead air. It's giving call center vibes. That's what it's giving.
And then, of course, we got some more Pearl stands in the chat saying, who are you to call someone an idiot? Well, this is an idiotic comment. Who is any of these people to call people idiots? Pearl calls people way worse than idiot. So while you're over here trying to wag your finger, are you over in Pearl's chat telling her to not name call people? Because she said a lot worse stuff than idiot. And you go debate, you hypocrite. Like, learn how to spell, bruh, and get a profile pic, because you could never debate me. You're not intellectually formidable. You're an incel and a moist maniac. Like, don't try to come over here and act like you got any rank over here. At least say something profound. Provide some scholarship. Don't come and whine and say, you wish you was able to sniff Pearl's vagina. She ain't gonna let you. But slide in her DM. Who knows? Anything's possible. And look, I know you already had to correct somebody in the chat, Lotus. Look, you're insecure. Like this is what the high IQs have to offer. No apostrophe. You don't know the difference between your and your. This is
your. You are your.
And they say that I'm talking out of ego. Well, you're talking out of stupidity, because you can't spell and you're grammatically incorrect. So you know what? Go ahead, since you love Pearl so much, I'm gonna let you go rub one out in the corner. Go whack off to Pearl, and go ahead.
I mean, if you're whacking off to Pearl, you're whacking off to a man at this point. It's a sausage party.
Hey, well, trans lives matter.
Do you have any other questions for me?
Not right now.
All right. Should I move on? Like, what are we doing now?
Can I ask a couple questions?
Absolutely, yeah.
This is so crazy.
I'll just jump in here. So why don't we do this? I'll ask you one and then I'll ask you one and we'll kind of go back and forth. I kind of half jokingly said at the beginning, like Pearl had mentioned, I think you actually said it here too, that you believe you may be more of a feminist. Do you consider yourself to be a feminist, and how would you define that?
I don't consider myself to be a feminist, mainly because it's a loaded word and there are certain outcomes from certain waves of feminism that I don't agree with, particularly minimizing the importance of men in society. I do think that there is, especially the third wave of feminism that's done that. I personally really value masculine men, and I don't appreciate feminists speaking on behalf of all women in regard to what women prefer. I think the Me Too movement started off as a legitimate grievance with women who were legitimately abused, and it devolved into something laughable and ridiculous, especially when, someone like Aziz Ansari gets accused of being like some sort of sexual predator when he clearly wasn't. So I just don't like how loaded that word is. What I actually genuinely want is equality among the sexes. I'm not looking for women to have an upper hand over men at all.
Wait, what?
But we need to be based in reality, and we need to look at the statistics and figure out what's really going on.
You had something to chime in, Lotus?
Did you catch that? Did y'all catch that?
Go. Know what? I didn't. Go ahead. Enlighten me.
She's not a feminist, but she wants equality. I thought that was part of the premise of a feminist.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I thought that's what feminism was. Yeah.
So she just proved his point.
One strike for Anna.
Yeah. Like I said, anyone that was competent could have, at least had, she still could have won. But yeah, since she's going up against Pearl, Pearl can't even capitalize on any mistakes. And Pearl is getting beat down so bad, even if she makes a few good points, she's not going to be able to muster up a defense.
If men are getting a raw deal as a result of divorces, then yeah, the laws need to change. And I genuinely thought prior to this debate that they were getting the raw end of the deal. But as I researched this, I realized I was believing in outdated myths. So, yeah.
Pearl, let me ask you this. Do you believe and obviously you are citing a lot of anecdotal stories. I do think it's fair to point out every anecdotal story is someone's story, right? So they're not fake stories and they're not meaningless. Obviously, the people who live those realities, in a lot of cases, they're very painful. Because of your platform, you speak to a lot of those people. How much is that informing where you're coming from in this debate? Is the real stories of people who have been hurt by this stuff?
I mean, I've interviewed 1,000 people. I interviewed a guy who had his kid transitioned and there was nothing he could do about it. I interviewed another guy and he spent $300,000 trying to get his kid back. He actually went overseas to Ukraine during the war, just trying to be in his kid's life. So yeah, it impacts it a lot. Yeah, I've interviewed so many men that want.
Here we go again. Like, at least like Anna was saying, could you give me anything other than an anecdote? She has all of these papers. She keeps flipping through the papers. Some of those papers are literally like a stack of papers stapled to each other. And all she has are these empty anecdotes. And I'll just concede and give her the benefit of the doubt that those anecdotes were actual and factual. What does that change about anything? You didn't defeat or debunk the point. She's just kind of babbling incoherently, thinking that she's making a point. I've interviewed thousands of men. Okay, you interviewed thousands of men and you're still this airheaded? You should probably stop saying that.
Nothing more than to just be a dad and see their kid. They don't even care about the money. They just want to see their children. And if you ask Anna,
and I hate to go there and I want to get Sunlight to chime in, but let's just stop playing. 90 to 96% of people are settling their custody arrangements outside of court. So people are being responsible adults and saying, hey, look, we're going to work this out 50-50, or, I work long hours, so let's do 60-40, or, I travel a lot, so 80-20 is more sufficient. And the parents, the people who had the babies, are agreeing upon whatever arrangement they come up with 90 to 96% of the times. Of the cases that go to court, oftentimes there are many men that just kind of concede and say, look, we already know they're going to favor, with the tender years doctrine. So sometimes they just say, okay, cool, let me just get whatever the judge gives me. I'll be okay with that. But the people that say, hey, hell to the no, I'm not just accepting what the judge give me. I'm going to fight tooth and nail. In those cases, many of the men do get 50% custody or joint custody in over 70% of the times. Now, it's not saying that of those times is always 50-50 custody, but it's always a reasonable custody arrangement where people don't feel like they got a raw deal. This is when people are stepping up and fighting for their kids. If you ain't fighting for your kids and just saying, man, it's the system. The system screwed me. Yeah, the system is screwed, but you didn't even fight against the system. So you have no excuse. You're supposed to fight against the screwed system to overcome the injustice. If you didn't even put up a fight, then nobody wants to hear you whine, complain, and bellyache. Did you have something to add to that, Sunlight?
Yeah, I don't have the numbers, but the way she's speaking, not just like you said, not everybody has to have a judge dictate to them how to be parents when they separate. Not everybody has to have, the law step in. There are some people that one parent might have them during the school year, then at summer, they go with the other parent. Or if they live in the same area, they might just be co-parenting and equally. And in that case, there would be no child support because they both have them equal amount of the time. Maybe it's 6 months at a time or whatever. To make that assumption that everybody's so dysfunctional and can't come to an agreement to somebody they were married to or had children with, um, or not even if you weren't married, you had kids together, and assuming that y'all can't work it out as two adults like you made the kid and come to an agreement. So nobody really gets the numbers on that. They just kind of speak of it as if that doesn't really exist or that's like a one-off type thing, and it's not. I know a lot of people that do that and they don't go through the court at all.
Did you guys catch what she said, though? She goes, oh, I knew this guy that fought for their child, spent over $200,000 and fought for their child custody in Ukraine. What does that have to do with the United States of America? Those are different stats. Those aren't American stats. They're governed under different laws and legislation. And at this point, whoever she's talking about, if it's even true, they did it to themselves. What do you expect when you're having children with people who have immigrated into another country and then can leave as they please? You see what I mean? So it's like
Yeah, that's
fighting the
paper.
system, but that's a different system we're talking about here.
Yeah, and that's the level of analysis they don't want to get into because it's supposed to be surface level. These nuanced points are not supposed to come up because they have these kind of canned, predetermined talking points that often are not supposed to be challenged. You kind of, and then if they are challenged, you know how to counteract it because it's all so predictable. When we're interjecting things that make people think, then they can't answer the question. So they have to immediately pivot to something else. It's the same thing that they do with slavery, how they try to say, well, there was slavery everywhere. Yeah, but we're talking about the United States of America. America is not the globe. So, I mean, pedophilia was everywhere, but would that be an excuse for someone to say the reason why I molested those children was because pedophilia was everywhere? Nobody would accept that as a excuse. You'd be like, that's disgusting. No one told you to do that. Take responsibility for your personal actions. But somehow with things like slavery, it's like, well, slavery was global, so that excuses you for doing something that was disgusting. And if you think slavery is so fine, then I mean, would you sell your daughter into slavery? Right? I mean, I'm sure she'll learn skills and become a better person. Isn't that what you're trying to push and try to promulgate? Like, oh, these people learn skills in slavery. Well, here, let me teach your son some skills as my chattel property. Then suddenly slavery doesn't sound so good when it's framed like that. So if it's not good then that means it was never good.
It doesn't exist, but if you ask any man, everybody knows somebody that it's happened to. And commentators can, they can try to minimize it. They can talk from their ivory towers and pretend it's not happening, but there's a genocide of millions of men that's going on in this country.
You use
a genocide?
I was going to say
1.6 million men commit suicide, have committed suicide since 1970.
This chick is, you see what I'm saying? A bird-brained, buffoonish bimbo. So she's calling that the men who was, unaliving themselves by self-inflicted wounds, somehow that's a genocide. Now, I think that this is no laughing matter. I think we need to get to the bottom of it, and we need to see what can we do to really mitigate and address and tackle this issue of increasing people feeling like, there's the deaths of despair where they have to go and complete self-unaliving, right? But Pearl is not doing anything about that. All she is doing is just regurgitating some stats that she doesn't care about. She's using these stats to win points because she never talks about this in any other context. She never talks about organizing or having panels to talk about men's health and anything therapeutic. She does more toxic type of content that would lead more men to this type of stuff. So this is just
Exactly.
Yeah, go ahead, Lotus.
Like, what did I say earlier? An impudent woman is the destruction of a nation. And she just keeps proving my points.
Yeah, no, this is bad. And Shura says she loves using that talking point of the high tower. Yes, I was going to say that. She keeps saying people living in their ivory tower, and she was born in an ivory tower with a silver spoon. So why? So she's trying to discredit people that are in an ivory tower, trying to say, you guys are trying to tell men what to do. But what is she trying to do? She's framing it as she's just giving advice and keeping it real. But other people are not giving advice. They're trying to tell men what to do. But what is she doing? She can't tell men what to do because she's not a man. She can't tell men about marriage because she's never been married. She can't really speak extensively about kids because she doesn't have them. And she has no record of working with kids or doing anything, mentoring the youth or anything. She has no experience with kids. She has no experience with any of this stuff. All she could talk about is what she read. So imagine you want to learn about what it's like inside of jail. Would you get more insight from someone who's been in jail for a long time or someone who's read about jail in various books? And that's what she wants to present to you. I've read a lot of books, so I'm an expert. But she read all these books, but she can't memorize any of them. She'll print pages from the books and is such a bird brain that she can't even find the facts that she needs to debunk arguments. And this is a debate. This is not a show showing. Go ahead, Lotus. You got it.
Right, she's not doing the real research. So I don't care how many books you may have on a subject. When you get into research, there's so much more that has to be broken down. You have to check to see and make sure that you can see if there are any biases that the author may have. It's so much that goes into research. So, um, essentially, what she's doing, she's throwing stones at a glass house and she's projecting what she's saying others are doing.
Yeah, I concur. So let's get back into it.
Similar rates of women also attempt suicide but fail because they usually don't resort to more violent means of ending their own lives. So they'll take pills.
Why is it that every time we bring up men, you have to bring up women?
Because we're doing a comparative analysis here. You can't just throw out statistics without comparing it to what the rates are among women.
What I'm pointing out is
that was, you see, all of her gotcha like points are like failing. I can get it in a different context where if we're talking about Black American freedom in business, yeah, don't be bringing up other groups, right? That if you're talking about Jewish and their agreement, focus on what the Jewish people need to get done for their group. So in those contexts, I get it. But in this context where she's saying, we're talking about men and you keep bringing up women, but on the flip side, when they're talking about women, she keeps bringing up men. I mean, is this stuff even thought through? I don't know who. There were a bunch of fem cells in the chat, a bunch of pearly things. It's like that want to, eat her coochie on her menstrual cycle and stuff. Bro, go over there and try, because I don't get what you guys see about her that's enlightening or intelligent. She's debunking her own points in real time, mad that people are comparing men and women when this whole debate is about feminism. Feminism are talking about the rights that they believe they haven't been received based on male patriarchal oppression. So how could you not talk about the two in concert? This shit doesn't even make any sense. Did you catch that, Lotus or Sunlight?
Yes, I
100%.
did. Oh, go ahead, Lotus.
No, go ahead, Sunlight.
Yeah, she says things that's, just makes her look even more unprepared or unmatched with Anna. But like, why would you say something like that? You know that you're debating how men are viewed and compared to women. So why wouldn't she bring up that? I think probably, I don't know how long from now, but we're going to find out these people that like Pearl and Nick, that, it's a lot of them that were like them, even on lower levels, that they were some kind of, plants, some kind of infiltration to, and I don't get it, because isn't Pearl a conservative? Doesn't she talk a lot of that conservative talking points? And if they're obsessed with not having enough numbers, why would they be behind her in supporting men not marrying and not making babies and blah blah blah? Or because, like, no, I don't think any she has a big Black um following. Like a lot of Black people follow her since the whole thing with TBA. I had completely forgotten about her. I didn't even know she was still out here until today. But that was like a while ago. So I'm not really sure who her audience is, but it sounds like, that it's a lot of white people. Am I
Yeah,
right?
so yeah, no, you're right, because she doesn't have an audience. So, like I said, the Black audience that she had were those Blacks in the UK. And then when the FBAs was like, hold on, man, them niggas ain't like us. And like, no, we seen all the crooked wigs, we seen the tethers and the accents. We was like, no. So, and then TBA and then the Black grassroots shut her down. So then she went on this sabbatical where nobody seen or heard from her, but she was still trying to go after, like, people like Anna and, the lefty liberal lunatics and stuff. But then she was also cozying up with the alt Groyper gay right, like the Nick Fuentes types, the Tim Pools, the Kundis Owens, the Myron Gaines. So clicking up with them, clearly you're not trying to get a Black audience, the Hodge twin type stuff. So she went like full alt right. So that's why she took that hiatus. So now she's trying to come back and try to dive into various things. But since her channel was not popping as it could be or should be with 2 million subs, she tries to throw in stuff like Black fatigue. And then she tries to engage in these type of debates, not because she's good, but because she wants to keep her name ringing bells and in the algorithm. But clearly she's just making herself look like a fool. So I have to question people that now, if you're going to watch her and dissect and break her down, that's one thing. But to watch her and cheer her on as if she's some sort of ally or she's fighting for men's right. Yeah, that I can't respect because, it's an illogical fallacy.
I just pointed out that by 2050, more men will have committed suicide than all of the world wars combined. And your first response was, well, women commit suicide too.
Because it is a problem that is inflicting both sexes in this country. It is a tragedy and should be taken seriously rather than this weird sex war.
But it's not going to be taken seriously when you pretend it's not going on.
It is going on. Are you kidding me? I mean, how many of our...
And here she is, like she's standing up for men because she's on a debate stage and she's making content. So if Pearl is taking this so seriously, is she's taking this to any of her local politicians? Like, what has she done that's so serious about it, right? Anna, you're not taking it serious. And Pearl is taking it serious because she does some segment on her YouTube show about it. Does this shit make any sense to you? Like, no, this is not taking it seriously. And if it was, she would be doing multiple streams about it. Instead, she's trying to get into these petty debates about an argument that she's supposedly taking serious, but she only takes it serious in front of a camera where she can get clicks and paid off of it. Like, she doesn't give a fuck about men.
Soldiers, our veterans, come back to the United States after multiple deployments, do not get treatment or help with PTSD and other mental issues as a result of being deployed multiple times.
Right.
Like, that's a real problem. How come you don't talk about that?
Yeah, but
you
they
blame it on marriage and divorce instead.
Right, because those soldiers come home to an empty house.
You think that divorce is the reason for most of these suicides?
Men are 9 times more likely to commit suicide after
How many
divorce.
more times likely are...
Did you have something to say, Lotus?
Did she just say that?
Yeah, she said the veterans, when they come home, they're coming to
an empty house. She's perpetuating that empty house. And especially among white men and white women, aren't their birth rates low? And she's not pushing it?
Which is why Elon keeps saying we need more white babies, and then they're talking about all DEI and all this stuff, and then that's why Trump brought over specifically the white Afrikaners, talking about a genocide. So since their birth rates are low, what they're trying to do is import more white immigrants and then have more people of traditional communities that weren't considered white, but they're going to start adopting them back into whiteness. They're still currently in there. It's just some of the landscape is shifting on the census. For instance, in 2030, they'll have the new category of MENA, which is Middle Eastern North African, which means that up now Palestinians, Lebanese, Syrians, all of these people in Middle Eastern, they're labeled as Caucasian. You see what I'm saying? So they'll just start adopting more people into the Caucasian category, and then those babies will be white, just like Italians weren't considered white until they were. So now those Italian babies go towards contributing to the white numbers. So they'll invite more people over, like Ana Kasparian, who's Armenian, right? So they'll bring them over. You're Armenian, you're white. Oh, you're from Argentina, you're white. So they'll start flooding more people from those countries, and they'll try to replenish their birth rates that way. Especially, this is why they're dangling the whole birthright citizenship thing, because this is where the whole anchor baby thing comes in. Because when people come over here, whether they came here illegally or not, by them having a baby, they're anchored here. And the more babies they have, it's like, well, you don't want to separate families. So, they're more incentivized than Americans to have kids. So this applies to immigrants of all different hues. So if they have some people coming over here from Ukraine or something, the first order of business is to drop a baby who's going to guarantee that you're anchored here in American citizenry. Even if you're not a citizen, they'll find a way to get you to have at least legal protected status. So that's kind of their way that they're trying to circumvent the birth rate, is by having a bunch of immigrants pop out babies, but they want the ones that they can kind of adopt and assimilate into whiteness. They've already done this, since time immemorial. This is just the new renaissance of that. And did you have anything else to chime in before I proceed, Lotus?
Yeah. Because you mentioned earlier, you were like, she doesn't give a dang about men. And that was attributed to their low birth rates. And at the same time, what's crazy is they use that as a negative talking point when they speak on Black Americans. They make Black Americans the butt of their jokes, but she's leading these men to not a burning house, but it's burned down, it's ashes at this point. And the thing about them bringing over,
She leading them into a bando, not a burn.
right. It's a bando, it's burned down. When you go to the hood and you see it is burned down, like they burned down the bando. Like, but what kills me is that they're bringing over families from South Africa. They're not bringing over men or bringing over some beautiful women from, the Caucasus Mountains somewhere. They're literally bringing over families. And if I recall correctly, some of those families, one that they, she's leading them to Ashy House. If I recall correctly, weren't those men, didn't he off his family? Some of those South Afrikaners, or they were beating on them and all types of stuff, and I think they end up getting deported back. But it, it really does them no good if they're going to bring over people and give them the social class of white. Inherently, physically, genetically, they are not. An Arab is not the same as someone who considers themselves Ashkenazi Jew
Or Anglo, right?
or Anglo.
And it shows how desperate they are to kind of shift whiteness into their favor. And that's why even some of them, they will say, Well, you can be Caucasian, but you can't be white. So they try to play these games where they'll allow them into whiteness, but it's like it's kind of like an honorary tokenized position where they say, look, well, we reluctantly consider you as part of us, but hey, look, you're not Anglo. So they try to have like tiers of whiteness, right? And say, we're the more pure form of white. We'll accept you as white, but like, you're not the creme de la creme white.
They will never accept them. They will use and abuse them for what they need them for. And when they don't need them anymore, what are they going to do? They're going to stick ice on them like they're doing with those that are, from nations that are south of our borders.
Who have a
That's what
darker
they're going to
hue.
do. Right. And we're seeing that right now because they're seeing that that's not working for them. Giving these honorary social statuses to these immigrants, both legal and illegal, is not
Well,
working
hold
for
on,
them.
Lotus. Let me add this, and I want you to finish what you were saying. They thought it was working for them because they came over here very meek and docile. Yes, a boss, whatever you wanted. But now, as they numbers grow, and this always happens, like in a black neighborhood, they bring over some humble immigrants, and soon as they numbers get up, then they start calling us mayates and niggas and stuff. So that's kind of what's happening with these immigrant populations. Before there's like, here, we hate the blacks, so they start welcoming those Indians in Texas, and then suddenly now they're saying there's mosque everywhere, and they got this like 80-foot statue out there. So they brought these people over here to be model minorities, and now since they see that these people may be infringing on certain sectors of there, and not
Mhm.
only that, they don't have the complexion for the protection. Suddenly now they want to talk about heritage Americans and white discrimination, etc. So you got it from there, Lotus.
Yeah, and about those Arabs and those from the Indus Valley, they're right over there in Irving, Texas. That's where they are actually. I've actually been ringing the alarm on this for years. And those that are in the tech sector, they know. They'll prefer the H-1B1 visa holders over actual Americans, which is crazy. And so then,
They lie and say that they're just doing the jobs nobody wants to do, and Americans don't have that skill. They have more people with like tech degrees and STEM degrees than they have to fill jobs. But like you said, they prefer the H-1Bs because if you get an H-1B, they're locked in on minimum 5 years and some contracts to 10 years. Somebody with a tech degree, they could work for a company for 1 year and say, you know what, I got a better offer. And then they'll lose their good talent after 1 or 2 years. A H-1B who has similar talent, they can lock them on the books for 5 to 10 years at a reasonable rate, which is on average 30 to 40 to sometimes 50% less than what an American native born citizen would get. So people got to act like, stop pretending as if the H-1Bs are just so superior in intellect. And let's just
they're
hypothetically
not.
see if they were. If they were, doesn't that mean we need to work overtime to train our people here instead of saying the Americans are too stupid, and since you guys are too stupid, we'll just keep having an endless supply of H-1B visas? So no, if they're so smart, bring over a gang of them to train American people. Instead, they bring over their family members. A lot of those jobs are
Mhm.
based on nepotism. I talked to people in the tech sector, and they said many of those jobs you really don't even need a degree. They're saying you
No.
can come get on the job training, but that degree gets you in the door. And many of these people from foreign backgrounds, not all, but enough, have these fake degrees and credentials. So they're coming over here with fake shoddy degrees and credentials. They're already at an advantage over you. On top of that, there's the stereotypes that certain H-1Bs are coming to just work so hard, but they're not working any harder than any person that would be given that position.
And I agree. Most of those jobs do not need or require a degree. Um, they provide it's a lot of schools out here that people can go to. Actually, I think Google has an online school where you can get your certifications and things like that in tech. However, the problem is once you get your certifications, you try and apply for these jobs everywhere, they lock you out. So they're essentially not hiring Americans. And here's the sentiment that kills me with these immigrants and visa holders, legal and illegal. They come over here and they hold their nose up in the air thinking that they're better. And in fact, they're not. You have to work. That is the condition for you to be here. And why would a country send over their elite, the ones who are so educated, since what, January or before that? Why have these H-1B1 visas from these countries, the applications have went up to, they said, I believe it was like 180% for them when they applied here. So these aren't the people that come over and have, um these glowing credentials.
Yeah, like the extraordinary skills or anything like that. Yeah, and
Right.
a lot of times some of those they have visas for various sectors. They have visas for farming and stuff. And some had uncovered it too that there were some OnlyFans models that had somehow got like special skilled visas and stuff. So there's a lot of scamming going on with those visas as well, where they try to make it seem like there's just a shortage in a particular field, but there's not a shortage. There's a shortage of cheap labor. And that's
Right.
what it all comes back to: cheap, subservient, docile labor. And then many of those people from the H-1B, a lot of them already have money back in their homeland. So they're willing to come and accept the lower wages here because those lower wages translate to much more money back in their homeland where they send money back to. It's called remittances. We send billions of dollars, not we, but people of immigrant backgrounds send hundreds of billions collectively back to their homelands, enrich their entire homeland. So not only are they coming over here, a job that could have went to an American, it went to them, then they're sending much of their money back to a foreign nation. So how the hell does that help us? An American is out of a job and they're out of the fruits of that job because they're sending it back to their country. But then they want you to cape for this and make it seem like it somehow helps helps your community.
Yeah, and
Oh, go ahead.
oh, I'm sorry. I'll just add, and to be honest, a lot of them aren't coming from wealth. They're just, I'm just going to be honest. I've seen it for years. They're not coming from wealth. I've lived around them. They're not. They're literally struggling. It's like 5 or 6, 7, 8 of them that would live in one apartment. I've seen it. I've lived near it. And so yeah, and Black women, you better watch out because they've definitely tried to get me. And so to anchor, trying to, get somebody to anchor themselves in. But no, they spend, what is it, was like $100 or whatever or so for that application. And now this is why Trump is making it to where you have to have this golden
Yeah,
citizenship
yeah, he's saying
to
like a
be here. You need 100K to come over
at
here and be
least.
productive, at
Mhm.
least. They don't have that. Because if they had that, if they came from these wealthy families, why is it that 900 of y'all need to be in one apartment?
Which is why when they talk about household income is about the total household size, and people from immigrant backgrounds on average they live anywhere from 8 to 10 to a house. It could be upwards of that, but on average I think the average they said in between 7 to 10 is a fair number. FBA community, I think there are some benefits of living with more people to a house, but we've been through enough, we fought enough. So a lot of us like our space. So there are a lot of households where it's maybe 2 people, 3 to 4 people, right? That's considered small in terms of an immigrant household.
But
Where
that's family.
No, I
They're
agree.
coming over here. These are a bunch of different random people that they
There's multiple
recruit.
families. Like there will be a house. I remember when I lived, there was a house and it had 3 separate families living in that house. So if you're going off the household
Mhm.
income and there's multiple working people, right? You're not comparing Lotus may have 2 people in her house and then they're comparing it to an immigrant family that has 10 in the house. It's not about they're not comparing people, they're comparing
Right.
household income size.
Right. You're right. And I've
Yeah.
seen them in standing in line. I didn't understand it at first. Um I think I remember I moved back to home temporarily, and it was something really weird with my apartments, and they're like, "Hey, well, you can go pay your bill up here at the service desk at Walmart or something like that." And so I go there, and it's a bunch of, Arabs, or those, from that same type of background, Indus Valley, India, whatever they may be called. And they're there, but they're not in line to pay, but they're in line to send money. And I mean a line wrapped around. And this is the area in Texas that I'm speaking on, where a lot of them are. And their numbers have grown exponentially in the last 2, 3, 4 years. I'll just say, since Biden has been in, their numbers have grown. It's massive. Like, I've never seen so many, like, Indian shops and restaurants. It's just it doesn't even look familiar anymore. And
And
I
that's
left.
in with the
I
open
left.
borders. They let in on the low end 5 million, and this is the absolute lowest. But other estimates say 30, and there's some that say as high as 50 million because it wasn't just under Biden, it's been happening collectively. So they just opened the borders and flooded it up. But just specifically for India in specific, they send a lot of all of these countries send money back. I know Nigeria, I think they sent about like 60 billion in remittances. And India, the only numbers I have basically right now are 2023, but they sent
Mhm.
over 125 billion back to their country. And it has India has one of the highest, if not the highest, remittances globally. So the remittances is people working here from an immigrant background and sending money back to their homeland. So 100 billion. You see what I'm saying? So they'll set up shop
Right.
here with the assistance of the government, and then the money that they reap from the profits is not going into enrich our community, it's going back to their homeland. So if something ever get thick here, they go back to their homeland that's already been built up based on US taxpayer dollars. You know what I mean? They're not coming over here to build a coalition, they're not coming over here to collaborate, they're coming over here to compete and conquer. And when you recognize this and say, hey, look, enough is enough. We need to stop shopping with them. We need to stop doing this because we need to build up our own community. They frame it as you're being somehow xenophobic, even though they don't want to spend with you. They don't want to shop with you. They don't want to give you any deals. They don't want to go into business with you. So when you say, all right, fine, F them, I don't want to do no business with y'all, they'll frame it and kind of shame you and make it seem as if you're being xenophobic for not giving your money and allowing another community to extract resources. But I think Sunlight want to get in there. You so
Yeah,
there's go
I
ahead.
was going to say, you made a good point. Another example, like with what you were saying about the tech jobs, another good example is like the truck driving jobs. Now, truck driving was something that, a lot of black males could get, without having college debt or having to have a degree. And a lot of the times, in a lot of cases, you could have had a prior criminal record and you could go get a truck driving job and, have an income that's comparable to a lawyer or a doctor. And that industry immediately, was under attack when, we got a huge influx of immigrants that were undercutting, the bidding for these loads, and a lot of their licenses, which a lot of them came from California. There's another content creator, Pink Book Lesson. She talks about a lot of those different cases, but
Yeah, it was
from
hundreds of the fraudulent cards that they
yeah,
passed out to.
yeah, they had the licenses, and some of them were carrying hazmat stuff without the proper identification, and some, I think the last one she did, somebody was carrying some kind of illegal drugs in there, and they found out. Now the thing is that no matter whether it's Biden or it's Trump, blue or red, they're both protecting the companies that want to continue to profit off of paying as little as they can for these loads. What's going on right now, I see a lot of performative stuff, because the last one she did, the guy had some kind of drugs in his truck. He didn't have a legitimate license. He didn't have the proper hazmat stickers, and they just gave him a citation. He didn't get arrested. I mean, that goes to show you right there. Like I said, they do this stuff for the cameras, but nobody's charging these companies, and they're not arresting these illegal drivers. And the guy was also an immigrant. I don't know what his citizenship status was like, as far as whether he was here on a visa or whatever. They didn't go into detail, but I know that they didn't arrest him. I'm gonna say this, and I have to step off real quick, but people really need to look at that, because I believe that at some point the tech became an alternative to not being drowned with college debt, and you could go and get them, without having to have a lot of years in college or even any, and you would make a good wage. And then all of a sudden, things became oversaturated with that. And I remember Jason doing a broadcast that was kind of telling people the ins and outs to get into the tech field. And then all of a sudden, like I said, they it's like they put certain things under attack. And I think, there's a lot of factors to it. I think the racial thing is definitely one factor. I'm not sure that that's everything, but it seems like anytime that there's a way to be able to be in a situation that you're not broke and destitute without owing a lot of money, sorry about that, a lot of money to college debt, where you're owned in general until you pay that off. Um, they try to find ways to continuously undercut. And that's when they bring these people in. And like you said, they don't have to go through half of the things that an American would have to go through. You have to dot all your I's and cross all your T's. They just kind of giving them, passes to go ahead and do this work, so they could get away with paying them less, which, like I say, they benefit from it, because their money transfers higher wherever they're from. But I believe that that's a lot of what's going on. I hope people aren't getting misled by thinking that this administration is really trying to put an end to that. I think, it's a lot of it seems performative to me. It seems on the surface that they're doing these things, but I don't think either party is trying to stop it. And I'm gonna go ahead and land my plane there. I'm gonna step off, but I'll be in the chat.
Thank you so much, man. Let the sister cook. Sunlight, I'm so grateful that you come up, because she doesn't always hit panels. I know she's a very busy, hardworking sister. That's my Florida family. Sunlight from the Sunshine State. And she was absolutely right. So they bring many people over here, immigrants, right? And they love to leave them in the undocumented, illegal alien status so that they can further exploit them. But I coined a term, MAE, mutually agreed exploitation. They're being exploited, but it's mutually agreed upon, because many of them know that, yeah, I'm being exploited over here, but this is going to enrich my life or my family's life back in my homeland. So it's almost like a chick that's hoeing, right? And then she gets a pimp, you know what I mean? And I ain't talking about some gorilla pimp who beats her up all the time, right? She, on the surface level, may appear that she's being exploited, but she's mutually agreeing to that exploitation because she sees some sort of benefit for her. So that exploitation is an exchange, and fair exchange is no robbery. So many of these people are being exploited, but they're signing up to be exploited. They have in mind that they're going to be exploited, but their exploitation is enrichment. That's why they say one man's trash is another man's treasure. One man's exploitation is another man's enrichment. So yeah, they're getting paid under the table, but then if it's 5 or 10 of them and they all live in the house, those low wages amount to a lot of something, especially in comparison to the peanut shells that they're getting back in their homeland. And before I bring back the video up, did you have anything else you wanted to add, Lotus Tie?
Yeah, I'll just piggyback off of you a bit. Yeah, you mentioned MAEs. I like that. Mutually agreed exploitation, and you're absolutely right. I also agree that that is there's also a sort of exchange for protection. So we can add another E on the end of that E of MAEs. Um, due to their temporary protected status. Oh, go ahead. I'm so sorry.
Oh no, I was just agreeing with you, so I had to take that under. I'll take that under advisement. Go ahead, you got it.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. But yeah, there's definitely that exchange for protection that is there. With a lot of them, with their status is temporary. So they live under these temporary protections. And that kind of goes back to Sunlight when she was speaking about them getting the CDLs, and basically how they have the placards on the back of the trucks and they're not licensed. So basically, what's happening is I do think that they are trying to get them up out of here when we're speaking about the Department of Transportation and the measures that they have taken with the California DMV, which I'm affected and it's pissing me off because I have to go back in and take tests and I shouldn't have to. But I say this to say because what happens to these people that get into these accidents and may even cause someone to have they cause loss of life. They have no injury to their licenses because they're not licensed CDL holders, and we know that the CDLs are a professional license. So if there's no injury done to their license, you can't take action on this company. And if you do, that's fine. They don't care. What they're going to do is absolve the company and they'll start a new one tomorrow and will be up and running the next day. This is how they're getting away with it. So, um, and a lot of the times what's happening now is, and I hate for them to bring them into this, but before all of this Somalian fraud came to the light, there was these Somalian companies that will only get these visa holders from Somalia to come over and they'll put them through their quote unquote training, right? Their free training basically to put them on. And so the cycle just keeps going. So the recruitment is coming directly from their countries.
Correct. And they're working with the U.S. government, just like Tim Walz was working with them when they say there were billions of dollars scammed from Minnesota. Yeah, the Somalis are responsible for millions, if not hundreds of millions. Now, when you start getting into the billions, those are the W people. And they just kind of let the Somalis be the scapegoat. But yeah, all of these other countries, when they act like they're pulling themselves up by their bootstraps, they all have other secret side deals with the U.S. government before they come over here. And they had that with a lot of Latino companies as well. They were bringing the
Right.
Latinos, the Indians, and they would go through their own little special pipeline where here we train them, but there were many undocumented people that had criminal records, didn't have papers. But once you go through this certain NGO, they come out on the other side with a driver's license. Heads should be rolling, right? There was a black woman who ratted on some people at the DMV saying, hey, look, they were selling they were selling basically driver's license to illegal people like 300 a pop, 350 a pop. She blew the whistle and she got fired. And like you said, both parties, neither party wants to do anything. People are acting like there's nothing to celebrate about the Trump deportations. He's been the most feckless person to deport people. He has more controversial stuff. He puts a lot of theater into it. There's a lot of the fine arts of performing into his deportations, but when it comes to the actual numbers, they don't cut the mustard. He's nowhere close to what Obama did, who was considered the deporter in chief. Not only that, Biden let in tens of millions of illegals, right? He hasn't even deported 500,000, not even 500,000. So what exactly that he's doing that's even praiseworthy? The economy is not better, but all of this stuff is, to get you distracted from the kitchen table issues. Kitchen table issues is you having a livable wage. But how am I going to have a livable wage with the border open, wide open, using immigrants to weaponize against certain communities and to stagnate wages? It's like, but nobody is holding Trump out for that, right? If you do something illegal, they want you to be punished for it. These people knowingly hiring undocumented people without their papers and then lying and saying that they do have papers, that's a crime. Should be a federal crime. So why are these people not being arrested? I'm being rhetorical because we know the answer.
Right.
But we have to stop pretending like Trump is trying to drain the swamp. His buddies are the swamp. They say cut off the head of the snake, right? They don't say peel some layers off the snake's skin. No, cut off the head of the snake. They know who the head of the snake is, but then they want to keep talking about George Floyd and stuff that doesn't matter. BLM is like, okay, how does that, what does George Floyd have to do with all of these illegal licenses that have been doled out? Woke, CRT. Okay, what does that have to do with all of these illegals that they had working at this dispensary? You know what I mean? So they have all of these buzzwords to deflect you. And unfortunately, many in the dominant society, as soon as they bring up something disparaging about Black people, they fall for it hook, line, and sinker. They stop forgetting about how the people in power who look like them are oppressing them. And then, they think that all of these other groups are the model minorities until they come over and they were praising Vivek Ramaswamy. And then they looked at his, because he's running for governor in Ohio, they looked at his, his public reportings. He's hired a bunch of H-1B visas, and they're like, see, he's trying to make America Indian again. But it's like, y'all didn't have an issue when he was clowning on us.
Right. I really loved how you just used basically how they're using these buzzwords as a sort of deflection. And what I say a lot of times is what they do is they deny, they deflect, and lie. And the lie is in the deflection. And, they're all complicit. This is why the head doesn't get cut off. They're complicit. Like you said, his buddies are complicit. So you have to cut the head off of that snake that's your buddy.
And that's why I say, in terms of the parties, there are two fangs on the same viper. So why would they cut off the head when they're one of the fangs on that viper? Two cheeks on the same booty. They're attached to the body. You know what I mean?
Two wings of the same bird. Exactly.
Right. So it's a separate wing. Yes, the left wing, but the left wing is not going to cut off the right wing because it's attached to the bird that they're both a part of. But, people try to get confused. Oh, they're a Republican. They're a Democrat. It's almost like the Lakers and the Warriors. Yeah, there may be a rivalry, but they don't want to tear down the NBA. It's the league they're a part of. So neither party wants to tear down the establishment because they're firmly cemented in the establishment. So I'm going to just play a little bit more video and then, we'll probably wrap it up pretty soon because I can only stomach so much of these people. And it's already been a clear slaughter. But, just want to give something interesting to the people.
women to commit suicide after a divorce.
What about the women?
You don't know
right?
the number,
What
right?
about-
Because you
what
didn't even
about-
care to
what-
look into
all
it.
right. What about the women, though? That's always what you go to. And that's kind of what I'm trying to point out is feminists don't care about male issues. They don't. They do not care about equality. Because whenever you ask them for real equality,
Pearl, my point is that suicide is not just a male issue. It is a huge problem in this country. Women who try to end their own lives are less successful because, again, they're less likely to use a gun, for instance, or hang themselves. They'll take pills, it'll fail. It's just a tragic thing all around. But if you actually care about suicide rates, then you would want to know what's causing the suicide rates or the attempts at suicide.
Divorce.
What can we do as a society to help people to prevent that from happening? And you wouldn't make it specifically and solely an issue that inflicts one sex over the other.
Again, I mean, you're just proving my point because we talk about male issues, you keep bringing it back to the women.
I just want
I
you
mean-
to compare the stats you're spewing right now with something to compare it to.
Okay. Do you think that women should be on the front lines of the military like the men?
If they can pass the physical tests necessary to do so,
think,
yeah.
Do you think women should be in selective service? Like the men?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, and they should be on the front lines as infantrymen.
If they are physically capable of doing it, yes.
Okay, so no.
So you want to put people who aren't physically, I mean,
So you see the awkward laughing, like she keeps trying to get these gotcha moments. She says, should they be on the front line? She gave the caveat that, yeah, if they're physically capable, they should. And she's like, oh, so no. She literally just said yes. So why are you trying to put words in her mouth? And it's funny because she's trying to push this conservative stuff and saying women are equal. And like we already laid out very astutely earlier, people have different roles in different things. We need an engine and a transmission. Like me just having a strong engine by itself does nothing. So yes, some of the women, if they're strong enough, they could and should be on the front line. Some of them are not strong enough. So instead of saying you're not equal because you're not strong enough, how about we put them in roles where they are stronger or superior in men in certain aspects, right? So her just saying they should be on the front line doesn't make sense. They keep talking about our enemies are China and Russia and all this stuff. Is China gonna have a bunch of females, no matter how capable they are, on their front line? Does Russia and Ukraine right now, they're engaging in a war right now? Are there a bunch of women fighting each other right now? Are they being sexist because the women are not fighting right now? Should they devalue their women because they're not fighting right now? So right now, if I'm out there and let's say you got a loving wife at home and they're saying, well, your wife is equal to you, right? She should be out there on the front line. No, I'm finna go crack some heads and I want to come home. And this kind of contradicts her point earlier when she was talking about men come to an empty house. Yeah, of course they're going to come to an empty house if they spouse is out there, and then you got to watch your spouse get her head blown off and still maintain composure and go out there and slaughter the opposite side. What the fuck is Pearl talking about?
You know, they are screaming this equality crap and it is killing me. Equality is what is blurring the lines of gender roles. And 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 I think I can say this with confidence. Now, do you want equality when it comes to service selection? I think all of that dead air that we heard earlier, I don't think one woman would be raising their hand talking about pick me when I turn 18 to automatically, enter into the draft. I'm just saying. I the equality rhetoric is what is blurring the gender role. And I just can't
And
see it.
it's just coming from a disingenuine place where they're trying to say, okay, when we say equality, everything has to be exactly equal. And I'm just kind of tired of the equality debate because there's no such thing as a true equality, right? There's going to be
Right.
there's going to be inequality in many things. So I think just the fixation on equality is like, how about we focus on interdependence? How about we focus on progress?
Right.
Right? How about we focus on achievement and enrichment and enfranchisement? Those are more powerful words than equality. You know what I mean? I get certain aspects where, you know, there'll be these conversations. Okay, if it's your kids and your husband, who gets the bigger meat, right? Who gets the bigger piece of meat? Who eats first, right? And I don't really think there's a right answer. We can say that the man should eat first, but that's a traditional answer, and we live in modern times. So not everyone has to adhere to that, and people can live a successful life by giving the mom the big piece of chicken. You said whatever works for you. You know what I mean? I'm not going to try to denigrate your family dynamics because, you know, you gave your son the big piece of chicken or big mama got the big piece of chicken. Like some of this stuff, it just like really doesn't even matter when it comes to equality. Like I said, when someone breaks into the house, you know what I mean? Are you thinking that is equality running through your mind or is protecting your family? You know what I mean?
Right, right. They want this flat equality across the board, and to be honest, it's it's not smart. It's
Like
not.
it doesn't make any sense, right? So if there's a man in the army, I bench 400 pounds. Equality is Lotus. You got to be able to bench press 400 pounds or get out the army. No, she can be doing something else, right? You don't want to be making calls to dispatch or stuff. Hey, she can do that. You don't want to be doing this medical type of stuff. She can do that. You know what I mean? It's a whole lot of stuff. Some women, okay, cool. She gonna be 100 yards away. Train her how to be a sniper. She's gonna be 100 yards away. You know what I mean? So there's ways that you can kind of circumvent people's weak spots because just because a man is stronger, he may be more stronger than a woman. Like, yeah, I'm physically stronger, but dude, you're mentally fragile. This woman has more mental fortitude than you. So who really is stronger, right? You're stronger in some aspects, but that doesn't mean that just because you're physically imposing that you're strong. You know, some of these dudes are just incompetent or illiterate, but they're stronger than you. So does that mean that they're better? A dude could bench press 400 pounds, but he can't read. Well, he's better than you, Lotus, because he's stronger. Like, huh? This shit don't even make no sense.
Oh my God. Not he can bench press 400 pounds, but he can't read.
I'm just
Now, see, here's the thing though. Here's what gets me. You can teach, you can be taught to read. You can't teach me how to bench 400 pounds. It's just not going to work. I weigh what? Probably 135, 40 pounds. I just don't have the physical capacity to be able to do such a thing. So it's crazy to me, but
Hey, sometimes people they just don't have the brain capacity to read. It does work like that sometimes. I mean, they saying Floyd Mayweather can't read, but he's one of the greatest boxers ever. You get in there, he gonna knock you out or at least beat the brakes off you. But like if you put a book in front of him, he gonna struggle. You know what I mean? So it just kind of is what it is. Like, and that's the beauty of having a society, a community, being human beings, right? Because we're interdependent with each other. You know what I mean? We can help where there's some deficiencies that we have. We can have other people help mask that deficiency or mitigate it or completely eradicate it. You know what I mean? So I just think sometimes people put too much energy in these idiotic like equality arguments and stuff, you know, like How is that making you happy?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, R. Kelly gets writer credits and can't write, so I don't. Equality.
Yeah. So let's get back into this equal opportunity discussion.
Obese men wouldn't be put on the front lines.
Do you think women should be jailed for false accusations?
About suicide rates, then you would want to know what's causing the suicide rates or the attempts at suicide.
Divorce.
What can we do as a society to help people to prevent that from happening? And you wouldn't make it specifically and solely an issue that inflicts one sex over the other.
Again, I mean, you're just proving my point because we talk about male issues, you keep bringing it back to the women.
I just want you to compare the stats you're spewing right now with something to compare it to.
Okay. Do you think that women should be on the front lines of the military like the men?
If they can pass the physical tests necessary to do so, yeah.
Do you think women should be in selective service like the men?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, and they should be on the front lines as infantrymen.
If they are physically capable of doing it, yes.
Okay, so no.
So you want to put people who aren't physically I mean, obese men wouldn't be put on the front lines.
Do you think women should be jailed for false accusations?
Depends on what.
You see how she didn't respond to that? Obese men wouldn't be on the front line. She's just hi and kikiing and laughing because she has nothing to say. But yeah, there's a lot of slovenly, sloppy, fat, grotesque men that are out of shape. I'm sure they're probably nice dudes, but they eat one too many donuts, chug one too many 12 packs. So no, they wouldn't be on the front line because they're incapable, just as well as some women are incapable. So when she's trying to say, hey, would you be on the front line like the men? Yeah, there's a select contingent of men that will be out there, not just men in general. So she's trying to make this sweeping generalization like women are incapable and not strong enough to be out there. And just know your role. You're not contributing enough to go fight on the front line, so you shouldn't vote. So what about the fat, sloppy dude who's too physically unfit to, fight on the front line? Should he have his voting rights revoked as well, or just the women? Like, she's just kind of incoherent with her message and her narrative. Is extremely rudimentary.
The false accusations are. If she's falsely accusing someone of rape, for instance, yes.
Just okay. Thank you. I agree. Do you think that child custody should be 50-50?
As long as the court determines that both parents are capable of being caretakers, yes. In fact, that's the ideal situation.
Okay, so yes.
Yes.
All right, do you believe in alimony?
I believe in alimony in specific cases where the woman decided to forego having a career and working, decided to stay home and raise the kids. In those cases, I believe she deserves alimony, yes.
But that's a privilege.
You're ridiculous. Next, move
wait,
on.
You said it's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous,
that it's a privilege to stay home
especially
with your
coming from a girl who grew up in an affluent situation with incredibly wealthy parents. You don't know anything about struggling economically or financially. So to tell a single mother who decided to stay home and raise her children instead of work that she doesn't deserve a penny to raise her kids after a divorce is the most privileged piece of shit thing to say.
This is the type of nagging that drives men to suicide.
Good. But I'm married and you're not. So next.
Jesus Christ.
This is looking bad for Pearl. She's saying this is the type of stuff that drives men to off themselves. Yet Anna has a man. So you can say that she's nagging and she's annoying, but this annoying little chick was able to secure her not just a man who wanted to commit to her for life. Pearl can't say that. Who is committing to Pearl? Like, does Pearl even have a man right now? All I know is that it's a couple dudes that have been pumped and dumped, but they're not trying to stick around with her. And instead of addressing her points, she just kind of laughs and giggles and does an ad hominem. This is why men are offing themselves. Okay, like, could you challenge any of the substance that she said whenever she tries to give her a gotcha moment? Because Anna is seasoned and Pearl is just a doofus. She's just getting slaughtered. This is, yeah, I don't know how much of I can take. We might have to throw in the towel because this is a beat down. Go ahead, Lotus.
I mean, the dead air for me earlier, like it should have been the end of it. It should have been the end of it. Like, I mean, at the end of the day, like, since she's, throwing out asinine, BS, I'm just gonna, you know, this is the type of stuff we get from the Timu librarian. Like, I mean, she thinks she's one of them. She thinks she's one of the guys. She thinks she's a man. And that's why she's speaking for men. So I don't know if, some people, like to change their race. Like, Rachel Dolezal or however you say her name. And I think she wants to change her gender. I think that's what we have here.
Yeah, and I might have to touch on to there was another viral video when they were asking on the Senate floor, can men get pregnant? And, the people, they didn't want to answer it. And they're like, I'm phrasing it like, oh, you're trying to give me a gotcha question. It's like, nah, I want to know, can men get pregnant? And they just kept going on and they didn't answer it. So I'm going to fast forward this a little bit to see their commentary. Then I'm going to kind of breeze through this a little bit. So probably got like 20 more minutes of this. This video is longer than that. This is a really long debate, but I'm not going to spend the whole time. I think I've spent enough. I've got a great analysis from the lovely sisters that joined the panel. But so this debate is being a judged debate, but it's also being viewed. So let's hear what the people with the commentary who's watching this debate has to say, because they take a little break. So I'm going to just fast forward to that break and then we'll continue breaking this down
like that. And, so Pearl stepping up into this, God bless her. Thank her for doing it.
So let's go back to, actually, hold on. We got 10 seconds, so we won't hold on. All right, here's what we're going to do. We're actually going to take a break. We're going to come off of the stage, and then we're going to actually go up to the analysts and get their take on this first 30 minutes. All right? So take it away, Sam. Good job.
All right, we are here back at the Wise Wolf Gold and Silver analyst desk. Boys, girls, everyone, let's start with you. What do you think, Kyla?
Well, I think Anna said it all. I think whatever opinion you have on the topic, that was an absolute bloodbath. Huge respect to Pearl for coming out, but if you're going to hold this position, you should be able to support it. And if you think that Pearl won that debate, you're probably retarded. Like, I don't know. That was a bloodbath. That was rough.
Well, when you kind of get into it and you watch it, this is Anna's world, and we've seen her on Piers Morgan and stuff like that. And, so Pearl stepping up into this, God bless her. Thank her for doing it. I do think Pearl had some wonderful moments there. I think she's been running a lot of defense, got in some nice shots, and she got bigger reactions from the crowd, I thought, than the other way around. What'd you think, Gavin?
Well, I guess I'm retarded because I thought Pearl did great. I think that.
You think she won?
What?
Do you hear these stooges? So one of them said she got loud cheers from the crowd. Is this what this debate is about, the pageantry, or is it about the facts? Anna is getting slaughtered out here. I mean, Pearl is getting slaughtered by Anna, but because she made some idiotic point and the crowd cheered, they're trying to make it seem as if she's winning the debate. And this dude said, well, call me a retard. I think Pearl did well. Like, are you kidding me? Like, these dudes are not credible just after that. What debate are they watching? Go ahead, Lotus.
It wasn't even the crowd necessarily cheering. They were, you got it, Pearl. You can do this. I think I can. I think I can. Those were the cheers that she was getting. She was getting cheers through the dead air because she couldn't get through it. I mean, it's like, what we had in school at
And
my school, it was called content mastery. Like, can't, and we called it as a joke, can't make it. She needs content mastery. She needed help. She needed notes with the staple on it. She 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 was not qualified for this debate.
You know what I noticed going on over there? Anna doesn't have kids. Pearl has a kid. And Anna was doing this like masculine thing where she was being really,
Aggressive.
vociferous and attacking Pearl. And Pearl had this sort of like calm.
Why are
which
we
is like,
infantilizing Pearl? She's got 2 million subscribers.
no,
on
when
YouTube. She's an
when a
adult
woman
woman.
has a kid,
We are absolutely infantilizing.
Infantilizing?
Pearl.
What
We're
are you
being like,
talking
no,
about?
This dude is an idiot. Not only that, he's an anti-black bigot, but that being aside, this dude is a complete bumbling idiot. I don't even think Pearl has kids. So him trying to say because Pearl has kids, she has a different perspective. But he's over here giving her credit for her just like being all over the place. And he's trying to say that Anna comes off as masculine. But Lotus, you said based on what you were seeing from your vantage point, Pearl was coming off as masculine. But you see how because he favors Pearl and, he wants her to win this debate, he doesn't really like Anna. I don't think he has a particular dog in the fight, but he clearly likes Pearl more. But he's trying to say that Anna's coming off masculine. I can get it where, okay, she's yelling, she's using vulgar language, but this is the whole point of a heated debate. She's supposed to be this just little meek, dainty, demure woman who doesn't raise her voice. I don't think we should be able to try to just put them in this kind of gender stereotypical bag. And if you want to call her masculine, I mean, why you won't call her an angry white woman or angry Armenian woman? Because if it was black, there would be all sorts of these emotional tropes. Instead, there's like, oh, well, she's just masculine. How is she masculine, but Pearl is not? Oh, because Pearl is talking polite. So if you raise your voice as a woman, somehow that's masculine. So if someone speaks like this and very calmly and quietly, is that feminine? What the fuck is this nigga talking about? Or this wigger talking about? Go ahead, Lotus.
There's just this for this man here, there's just this implicit bias. So like you mentioned earlier, her supporters are probably the ones that are cheering her on throughout this debate. And unfortunately, people that have these biases that really can't see through everything, they don't need to be judges. And so I just feel like at this point it's moot. It's moot. His point is moot. And that's how I see it. I mean, I think a blind man could see it because all he needs is his ears. And he would clearly be one of the ones that are in the crowd cheering and jumping her and jumping for joy and with the I think I cans and you got it, Pearl. It's all right,
You can
Pearl.
do it.
You can do it. You got it. You got it. Cheering on, a first grader at their first spelling bee. You can spell big. You got it. Sound it out. B-I-G. It's crazy. I can't do it. Like my ears hurt.
And that's why I'm getting ready to shut her down. But let me play a little bit more. But like this chick was saying, why are you infantilizing her? This chick is in her 20s. She's over 25. I don't know how old she is. I think she's like 28 or something like that, right? So she has 2 million subscribers. This chick is not some little baby. And he's over here saying, well, Ana does this for a living. Yeah, but she knew that before she came. It's almost like you challenge LeBron James. You get schooled on the court. And I'm not trying to say Ana as LeBron James in this debate context, just using it for analogy purposes. You challenge LeBron James, you get schooled and dunked on and say, yeah, but I mean, well, he is in the league. Well, why'd you challenge him? If you knew he was out of your league, you can't mention that after you challenge him. If you say this person's an MMA fighter and I'll fight him and then you get knocked out, yeah, but he's in the MMA. It doesn't matter. You're a man who challenged another man, and that's how it's going to be seen. It's not going to be seen as an MMA fighter versus an amateur. This debate is not going to be seen as a professional debater versus an amateur. It's going to be seen as two debaters debating each other, and there's going to be a winner. And we've been joined by none other than Roger Meadows. B-Eazy, what it do, what it do, Roger. So you coming in on the back end. I'm about to shut it down. We had sunlight come through, and I'm still graced by the lovely Lotus Tide. But Roger, you came at the right time. We're going to play some of this. I'm going to play a little bit more, and then I'm going to shut her down.
I'm saying women who have given birth, women who have given birth are better than women who haven't given birth.
Have a child?
Sorry, you're more of a valid woman if you have a kid.
Okay, so how do you determine that women who have given birth are better than women who haven't given birth? So I know some women who haven't given birth and they volunteer their time. They volunteer at shelters. They volunteer at like adoption agencies, pet agencies. They do a lot of stuff for community in terms of activism. And there are some mothers who have kids and do the same thing. And then there's also some mothers who are just deadbeat, drugged out junkies. Just because you have a baby doesn't mean because you're a mother now you're automatically better than women who don't have kids or can't have kids. I mean, what is your position on that, Lotus? Does a woman, because she's able to give birth or has given birth, does that automatically elevate her and make her better than another woman? I know it makes her more capable of doing things. Obviously, giving birth. But I mean, some women are good at giving birth and horrible at other things. This dude is trying to frame it as if women give birth by virtue of them being mothers, they're automatically better than women who don't have kids. Could you speak to that?
I think, and I'll speak on behalf of, great mothers. I think that women who are mothers have a different perspective because they do have children and they've reared them and they have birthed them. But do I think inherently that because a woman was actually able to have a baby versus someone that possibly couldn't or maybe chose not to for whatever their reason, whatever that person's reasons were, um, I don't think that makes a woman any more of a woman. I do feel that it changes perspectives. There would be things that I could remember when, I have a child, um, that I would say before I had a child versus what I would say now, and how I would, think something, how you would do one thing when you're not a parent versus now you're a parent, how would you handle it? You see what I mean? So I just think the only thing that really changes is your perspective. Kind of like how a first time mom would handle something with their baby or toddler versus a mom who's been a mom, a brand new mom 3 times. She has 3 children. So I think wisdom comes with it, but I don't believe it makes you better because, like you mentioned, there are some parents that aren't great parents. You're just a parent because you gave life, but it doesn't make you inherently better.
Yeah, no, I agree, and I could respect that because, and there's even some on the flip side. There's some men too where they'll talk about their legacy, and then they'll have like 10 kids. So they say my legacy is cemented, but you're a deadbeat. Your kids don't know you. You've done nothing to enrich their lives. You've done nothing to empower them, but they have my seed and they look like me and they got my genetics flowing through their body, but it's like, but you're a deadbeat. You know what I mean? But that person will be seen as, well, the Bible says to be fruitful and multiply. I was fruitful and I multiplied. Yeah, you multiplied people into a situation where they don't know their dad, or you know what I mean? You're not being as good as a parent as you can. So I can't say just because this person reproduced several times that they're automatically better or more valuable than some man who doesn't have kids, but he's mentoring, like people that are coaching football and teaching and stuff. They're raising more kids. Like if you only have one or two kids, right? A teacher is raising more kids than you. I'm talking about a competent teacher who wants to see people, they're raising these kids. They're helping guide and counsel these kids. They're doing, a lot of times there's teachers that are doing more for your kid than you. And some of these teachers don't have kids. So then you'll say, because you produced a kid, that I should hold you in high esteem. But it's like, what are you doing for that kid? You're not setting your kid up for success. You don't have a college fund for your kid. You're not even giving your kid the hard knocks of life. But I should praise you because this is my legacy. You've set your legacy up for failure.
Exactly, precisely. And you're right about that. There are people, these teachers basically adopt new children every school year. I mean, essentially, that's what's
Yeah,
happening.
a lot of kids do stay with their teachers sometimes, and they come from rough backgrounds. I know I've seen it firsthand.
Exactly, exactly. And
Somebody says they don't get paid enough. And then they wonder why most people don't want to be teachers. There's a lot of people that love the kids and they want to give back to the community. But then if they say, well, I can't raise a family on this salary, more people just, forego, their education to try to become a teacher after all. So they don't get paid enough and they don't get enough credit when it comes, because I remember I was talking to somebody during the pandemic where everybody, you actually had to stay at home with your kids. And this person who was a close close person of my close family members of mine, he said, I never knew how annoying my kid was. Because mind you, a lot of family, like, let's say you work 8 hours, right? Let's just say you work 8 hours a day and you go to sleep 8 hours. That's already 16 hours right there, right?
right.
So you only have a bit of amount of time to see your kid, play your kid. So if you're only seeing your kid 4 or 5 hours a day, it can kind of skew the relationship, because daddy always comes home, you get a hug, he tucks you in the bed, reads you a bedtime story. Or daddy always comes home and he has a gift and you watch a little movie and you go to bed, right? But then now when everybody's home and you're with daddy 20 hours out the day, daddy is like, God, dog, is this, my kid is annoying. I'm like, okay, how do you think that teacher feels? That teacher is dealing with your annoying ass kid all day. And then if somebody yell at your kid, better not nobody yell at my kid. They wouldn't have to yell at your kid if you gave your kid some home training. So yeah, this person that told me, man, they had a newfound respect for teachers, because they was like, my kid is annoying every other day. I'm thirsty. It's like, God damn, I'm trying to work from home. It's like, yeah, the stuff that they're doing here with you, they're comfortable. They're more comfortable with you than their teacher. So if they cutting up with you, what you think they doing with the teacher?
Right, right. But the thing is, I think it's misconstrued is they don't want these, although their children are with them, they don't, do they really want their children there all day? Like, of course they're hungry. Of course they're gonna have snacks. The stuff
Yeah.
is prepared. There's a whole village at a schoolhouse. There's the people that work in the cafeteria, there's the music teacher, they have the principal. There's a whole system at home. So when they're at home
They even
and
got
they're
hall monitors.
exactly, exactly. And they also, now they have for children with disabilities, they have aides at the schools. So um there's a whole village there. And then you're working at home, you're thinking that you're at the office and you can just do what you want to do. No, you got to feed that child lunch. You got to make sure there's snacks prepared for that child. There's things that you have to do to continue to enrich their minds. You know what I mean? You're calling them annoying, but you just don't like the fact that your child is at home. Let's be for real.
Yeah, that's another aspect of it too. Because when I talk to a lot of daycare providers as well, they say like, sometimes they know like a parent may get off work, may get off work early, but then they'll prolong to when they have to pick their kid up from daycare, not because they're not off work, but they like, I need as much time away from my kid as possible. You know what I mean? And some people are really like that too. They try to like take a break from their kid and then they come and their kid is the love of their life. But it's like you're kind of pawning your kid off on somebody else. And these people are raising your kids, but you're also trying to say, well, don't raise my kid this way, raise them that way. Well, no one could raise your kid better than you. So how about you just raise your kid instead of trying to give someone an instruction manual? Because you know how it is. If you went over to your grandma's house, your grandma's going to parent a different way than your mama, right? Your grandma may spank you. Your grandma may say stuff, and it's like you gotta listen. You know what I mean? Because you over at grandma house. You know what I mean? But you go to your mama house. Let's say grandma house. She may still had a plastic on the couch, and she still may say, "Don't sit on my couch," or some couches you can sit on, but don't lay on my couch. And then you go home, you can lay on your couch, you can do all this other type of stuff. But
Put your
once you
feet
at a
in.
different house, yeah, once you at a different house, you adhere to those rules and standards. You know what I mean? So that's kind of how it is in the school too. Yeah, you may be raising your kid in one particular way, but now you're at the school, and like you said, they have a structure of hall monitors, counselors, cafeteria people. So your kid is going to be raised within that structure. If there's issues that you have, you got to do something to mitigate it or complain about it. But ultimately, if it's better than what you're doing, what are you complaining about anyways, right? Because some people, they don't have any structure at home. And then they get mad at the school. Oh, like this structure. Okay, create a better structure at home. Well, ain't nobody got time for that. Okay, well, then deal with the structure that the school has for your kid.
Exactly. The thing is that I think some of these parents, like you said, there is no structure, but these will be the parents that are up there first thing smoking if they hear something's up. But they're not, at these school board meetings, and they're not at the places that count when they're out here making the policies for these schools. And so it's mind-boggling. Um, and also, as far as some of the parents not being able to come pick up the kids, um, that is some of these programs, like you'll have CDA, which is like a child development, um, you know, type of parent assists when you need like assistance with daycare. And I've also noticed some of the schools that have these after school programs, what they end up doing to the parents is they're saying, hey, you can't even come pick your kids up early. You have to pick them up. Um, let's say the program ends at let's say the program ends at 5:45. Okay, you can't come pick your child up until 5:30. You can't sign them out until 5:30. So there are so many dynamics that are really shifting parents' abilities to be able to make choices. And you're really seeing a lot of that coming out of California as far as them, forcefully, okay, well, we're going to make sure that they get this C-19 vaccine or this vaccine, or, if, you know, if we decide we want to
You don't
teach,
have to disclose. If you have a son
right,
and your son says, I want to be trans, here, you can come tell the counselor and your secret will be safe with us. So then
right.
they'll try to
But
protect their gender. So they'll have them, if they want to dress, they said they have little special ones. So let's say they're a boy and then they come to school and then they want to dress up as a girl. They try to have what they call safe spaces to affirm their gender, and they try to say they're doing it to keep them safe so that they don't have to necessarily disclose to their parents for fear of backlash. Like, who is that intended to help?
no one, but they're the ones that are pushing it in the schools. I don't want to speak on every state. I'll speak specifically on California because this is where this crap is happening at. They'll be pushing this stuff in the schools. And so that's another thing that, these kids may not even grow up around it. Why would a 5-year-old even know about this stuff unless you're
I definitely
pushing
didn't know
it?
about it at 5.
You know what I mean? So it's crazy. It's crazy what's actually happening out here. And not only are they doing that, they did end up striking it down later, but that one AB bill, I forget what it is, where basically they would have been where they were giving offenders or predators, I'll say, for I'm trying to be YouTube friendly, guideline friendly here.
Yeah,
um
I
they were
respect it.
basically would slap them on the wrist, and I seen them voting for this stuff, and it's even
Because they called it,
harder.
you know
Right.
what they call them, maps. You know what that is, right?
Oh no, go ahead.
So yeah, they call these offenders maps, and that stands for minor attracted person. And they're saying that these people
Mm.
have an addiction to minors, and it happened at birth. You know how people will say, hey, I didn't just become gay because they were watching the TV or listening to some drag show readings. People will say, I'm born like this. That's the argument of people of the LGBT community. Like, because, some people will say, hey, you weren't born gay, you were groomed into being gay. And others will say, no, I knew I was gay since I was a kid. So the argument with the minor attracted persons are saying that it's a disorder or a disability just like anyone else has. So they're trying to conflate it with, like, if someone was born with autism or someone was born with dyslexia, they're saying like, hey, we were born as a minor attracted person. I
What?
can't help. Yeah, look it up. It's called MAP, minor attracted persons. And they got like psychological doctors like supporting it as well and trying to say, let me see. I'll try to bring it up
So
right
so
now.
so so are they trying to basically equate that to someone having a disability, such as like a child with autism or a child with cerebral palsy or something like that, and you want to try and equate that to that's crazy. You
Yes.
really do have a mental illness if you ask me,
Well,
but it
yeah.
doesn't absolve your mental illness, your choice in having that mental illness versus or mental, or they're trying to call it disability, excuse me. You had a choice in your mental disability. A child with cerebral palsy does not have a choice in having that disability. They can't snap their fingers like they're Thanos and make it go away.
But like I said, this is the
Crazy.
conflation that they want. So it blurs the lines. So right here, what is a minor attractive person? Pedophilia and minor attraction are commonly misunderstood and often used interchangeably and incorrectly with those who have committed sexual offenses against children. Minor attracted persons are individuals who experience romantic and sexual attraction to prepubescent children or adolescents. This term is often used in contexts where individuals seek to differentiate their attractions from actions, emphasizing that the attraction alone does not necessarily lead to harmful behaviors. So they're saying, yeah, we can lust over kids, we're attracted to kids, but as long as we don't act on it, you can't consider us pedos. You know what I mean? We just like looking and lusting over kids. We're attracted to kids. Like, these are some of the arguments that they're making. And research suggests that between 50 to 60% of child sex abuse convictions are by individuals that do not meet the criteria for pedoism, suggesting that other factors are relevant. So they're saying that many people that were convicted of pedo activity, they don't meet the criteria. But what the hell is the criteria for pedos, right? There's no like universal caricature of a pedo, right? A pedo could be someone from various backgrounds, racial and ethnic groups. But yeah, so this is what they're pushing. And it says MAPS, minor attracted people, often live with the fear of being judged or misunderstood. And this often leads to them not being able to talk about this aspect of themselves. Therefore, they may seek therapeutic interventions for a variety of reasons that may include developing an understanding of their sexuality and attractions. So creating the term like minor attracted person is to help them understand their attractions to kids, is essentially telling them, don't shy away from that. This is just a part of your being. We should help you understand it. Also coping with feelings of shame and guilt, building healthy relationships, and meeting their needs for intimacy. Intimacy with who? So yeah, look into that. So in terms of the minor attracted people, a lot of them seek therapy to kind of talk about their proclivities to wanting to fondle kids.
And they should seek therapeutic intervention. I agree. But calling them this is it's a bad faith attempt to justify their delusion. And that's simply what it is.
They're framing it as not in. So look, it says assumptions will not be made about risk, as we recognize that for many, they do not present a risk to others, but rather need support with their own struggles. So this is what they're framing it as, is that, yeah, they're a minor attracted person, but they don't pose risk. They just need support with their own struggles. So they're urging people to support them being attracted to minors, but let's just do it in a humane and civil way. This is all this is promoting. This is from a psychology website, but they have a lot more websites, but y'all can look into it. They have the Safer Society Foundation. Even on the government website, it says pedophile, child lover, or minor attracted person. So
this is akin to someone saying, I like drugs, I just don't do them. What?
Yeah.
Like, huh? How does this make sense? You can't like them unless you've tried them. Do you see what I'm saying?
And this is what they say. They say that this language using this term, and this is from the Safer Society Foundation and also Safe Ground Psychology. So they have some prestigious psychology institutions that are kind of speaking favorably for this type of terminology. And they're saying the importance of this language is that it allows for open discussions about these feelings without automatically assigning guilt or intent to individuals. So when they tell you I'm a minor attracted person, you're supposed to not assign intent, like, hey, what you trying to do with those minors? You're not supposed to assume intent. You're not supposed to make them feel guilty. If anything, you want them to feel empowered by basking in their minor attracted self. So this language This is based on what the psychologists are saying who support this. This language can create a safe space for honesty and support, enabling MAPS to seek help and manage their attractions responsibly. But how do you manage your attractions responsibly? Are you telling them to what? Look at a minor and then, pleasure themselves? Like, what the hell is this psychology stuff? This is too much. I mean, I brought it up, but like once you go into it deeper, it does get a bit insidious, to say the least.
This sexual deviancy, because that's what it is, this is dangerous. This is how you get those bills that came up in California that ended up finally getting slapped down, with them basically giving a slap on the wrist to someone that literally would have hurt a child, would have acted on, this impulse or whatever they're calling it. And it's dangerous. It's dangerous for
Not all of
children.
them
It's
have
dangerous.
therapy, right? Not all of them have money for therapy. So what about the ones who can't control the urge because they have no money for therapy? Therapy costs. And then what? Are they going to act on these urges? Like,
Right. Exactly. They will, and I think they have. Like I mentioned earlier, that's like someone saying, I like drugs, but I just don't do them. It makes zero sense. You can't like something that you have not tried. And I'm trying to be,
yeah, no, I hear you,
you
sis.
know?
This is a very heavy subject. So yeah, we might have to revisit that. So yeah, I'll probably play like 5 more minutes of this debate, and then I'll wrap it up, because we've had a heavy discussion, and I know that kind of took it somewhere else. But this is usually what happens, is that most people don't know. And then when they do hear about it, the conversation gets a bit cringy and uncomfortable, not because I'm uncomfortable with the situation. It's just other people want to act like this is not a reality. Even if you're not an MAP, there's people out there that have normalized the language and identify as this. So people will say, well, I don't care, I ain't an MAP, but it's like, yeah, but you have minor children. Oh, I got a boy. Yeah, a lot of these dudes like to fondle little boys' backside. So it's like, don't act like you having a son is just, is just going to save your kid from not being attacked. You seem to catch a predator. It's multiple men trying to meet up with young men and do this stuff. So this isn't about a gender or sex thing. This is about a protecting the youth thing. So let's get back into this debate. I fast forwarded, and we'll play a little bit more, and then we'll shut her down.
To have a problem. Are you suggesting that women should be forced to work on oil rigs and things like that?
What is your plan?
That's a
What do
ridiculous
men
question.
get out of doing those
I don't
jobs?
have a plan, Pearl.
And then you take our kids away and we snap.
I think that the majority of men check out because seems to be no way out of the situation.
That's horrible. That's because that's to my point. That's wrong. Men are more valuable than just the money that they make.
Stop.
Men are valuable because of principles, because they fight
Stop
for things that
buying
they
cars.
believe in.
You guys
because they are
ruined cars.
fathers who care about
All
their children.
cars look like cough drops because of you.
Cars?
Cars.
I would
Women
take
buy
that-
all
I
the
would take that
cars.
with,
They look like cough drops. Whether it's a Lexus, a fucking Jaguar, they all look like cough drops
Didn't they
because you
only
guys
introduce
don't
women
like
body
right
shapes
angles. Cars used to be beautiful. Remember the 50s? You watch Men in
I don't know
Black.
if this is feminism.
You're like
I think
Ford
it's a safety
Galaxies.
standard.
All these cars are beautiful. And then you guys took over all the buying power for everything. And now cars are the ugliest,
I have a
most
strong
boring.
bet that the number one.
Does this sound like masculine energy or beta male energy? Like, dude, like, go hit the gym, you little whiny wuss.
Round
cars
piece
is
of
men.
garbage.
Do you guys think the number
Just
one
stop.
consumer of vehicle purchases
Just
is
stop.
men or women? It's probably men.
Well, who
It's
do you
women.
think tells the
It's
guy
probably
what
men.
to buy?
Well,
Who do
you can
think
say
tells the
probably if
guy
that
what
makes
to
you
buy?
feel good,
Women
but it's
make
women.
70% of the purchase, so it's just a fact.
Women buy
Yeah,
everything.
women tend to be the ones that are going to the grocery store and making purchases for the entire
And
family.
Yeah.
telling
That's
them
true.
what
wreck-
car
technically this is true based on the data. They allegedly say that the purchase of the majority of new cars in the US women account for 60 to 65% of the new purchases of vehicles. Men will ride our car out a little bit longer. We'll repair our car either ourselves or get repaired. And some women, they like to kind of look fly. If they looking, smelling good, they want their car to look the same way. So based on the Automotive Network, Motor Biscuit, and some other buy-in advice, these are the sources that I've seen that says that on average, the newest cars, the new vehicle purchases, about 60 to 65% of them are purchased by women. So let's get ready to wrap this thing up. Hold on.
That's the way it should always come back. A little pyro. All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to come back. We have about 15 more minutes of open debate, and then we're going to get into the final statements. So we'll pick up our open debate. Pearl, I'll let you begin.
What's your plan when men stop doing the dirty and dangerous jobs that keep society running?
If you could hold your mic.
Sorry, I'll say it again.
Can you give me an example of which jobs you're referring to?
Logging, plumbing, crab fishing, oil rig.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, those are dominated by men. They have the physical capacity to do it. Men and women are built differently.
What's your plan when they stop?
I mean, we're going to have a problem. Are you suggesting that women should be forced to work on oil rigs and things like that?
What is your plan?
That's a
what do
ridiculous
men
question.
get out of doing those jobs?
I don't have a plan, Pearl, for a situation in which men no longer do those jobs. Maybe you do it. I don't know.
What's your plan when men start walking away from marriage?
Man, she is getting bodied. She like, hey, man, well, shit, maybe you do it. And once again, Pearl is unwilling. So if you're going to call somebody out to say, hey, why haven't you done this? And where is this? And where is that? Okay, cool. I haven't done it, but why haven't you done it? Okay, I can't tell you where it is, but can you? So all of these questions that she's asking, if they're turned back on Pearl, she has no rebuttal. She has no retort. She's saying, what are you going to do when men stop doing these jobs? Men are not going to stop doing those jobs because if you don't work, you don't eat. And if men are protesting those jobs, that means they're going to stop doing them temporarily and they'll find somebody else to do it. They'll either bring in an influx of immigrants or they'll pay citizens more to do it. Ultimately, the job will get done by more men. So she's saying, okay, what is going to be your plan when they stop doing it? This is a hypothetical situation that's not going to happen. And if she believes that it's going to happen, then Pearl should have a contingency plan for when this happens. Because if men stop doing that, it's not just going to affect men, it's going to affect society at large. So that would mean Pearl included. So Pearl, rather than trying to ask these gotcha questions, she should have a plan to say, if men had stopped doing this, this is what we would need to do. I'm not saying she needs to reveal it right away because this is a debate, but in those stacks of paper, she has no solutions, stacks on stacks, but no facts and no solutions.
What's your plan?
So do men or women get a raw deal from marriage? Because you just said men walking away from marriage. So is he culpable for doing that?
What is your plan when men walk away from marriage?
Is he responsible for walking away from a marriage?
What is
or
your
is
plan?
he just never guilty of anything?
My point is you shit on men.
I don't shit on men. I love men.
Yet the very microphone you're using was built by men. The building was built by men. And there's no gratitude or
That's my point. This is just supposed to be a gotcha question. What happens when the men stop working? Those men are being paid handsomely for doing very dirty and very dangerous jobs. So you mean to tell me that they're just going to stop na boo boo, I'm not going to do this job anymore. Okay, so where are they going to get paid from? They're going to stop doing these dirty, high paying jobs to do what? Go flip burgers at McDonald's? Like, no. So she's giving this hypothetical that's unrealistic. I get why she's axing it. She's trying to seem as if she's standing up for men and that she's showing the value of men. They're doing all the messy, dirty, dangerous jobs that nobody wants to do. What happens when they don't do it? Well, how about you tell me, Pearl? And like Anna said, how about you go do it? She says that people should enlist, but she's never been enlisted. She's never signed up for any type of military service. She's saying that women, you guys need to be doing the job like the men, but she's never done any job like the men do. So this chick is just all over the place, trying to wag her finger, appearing to stand up for men, but all she's doing is making herself look foolish. We don't need you standing up for us. You're not a man, and you are not representing men in a positive light. You're trying to pander towards men, and you're failing at it.
Appreciation, you just tell them they're not doing enough.
Got me. You got me. Yep.
So what's your plan when men start walking away from society?
What do you mean by walking away from society?
When men stop doing the dangerous jobs, when men stop getting married, when men stop having kids.
To be quite
What
honest
is
with
your
you,
plan?
if American men decide they no longer want to do those jobs, very likely our government will import men from countries where they're willing to do those jobs. That's probably how
And
it's
what's
going to
your
work
plan
out.
when they date a
That's unfortunate, but it is true. You know what I mean? So, like I said, when they talk about there's a decline in birth rate and they say, okay, cool, you guys are not having enough baby, we'll bring a bunch of immigrants over here, preferably some people that are undocumented. And this was prior to Trump challenging birthright citizenship, but they prefer people to come over here undocumented because they're desperate. If they're desperate, obviously they want to maintain their rights here. They want to maintain some level of protected status or citizenship here. How do you ensure that? Drop a baby. Some people call it an anchor baby. You have 2-3 babies, and then there's going to be the sad story, a song and dance, a sonnet that says, you can't separate families. And then this person who came here rather legally or illegally, documented or undocumented, once they have that baby and the baby's anchored here, then they'll say, oh, okay, well, now we still need more babies. So then they rinse, wash, repeat. So they prefer people like that, especially someone that's undocumented, because them having that baby anchors them here. So they have more of an incentive than an American citizen, and many times to have babies. An American citizen will say, yeah, I'll have a kid, but I'm gonna wait. I got a 5-10 year plan for kids. The other groups, they may have a 5 to 10 day plan, maybe a 5-hour plan. But yeah, a baby will be popped out.
American women and then decide to stop too.
I'm not worried about that.
Of course you're not.
No. I never had any
The future
problems.
is not going to be great for feminists. You guys are going to get the equality that you're asking for. Men are not going to protect women in the streets. Men are going to stop signing up for the infrastructure jobs. The birth rate's going to keep falling, and the future is going to be bleak.
Okay. Listen, I think men and women serve important roles in society. I think that you have a shallow understanding of what I believe, number one, but more importantly, what the dynamic is between men and women in modern society. You're under this weird impression that the anecdotal evidence that you cite is indicative of the outcome of all marriages. In reality, study after study shows that married
Half of
couples
marriages
tend
end in
to be
divorce.
happier than single individuals.
Right? They're happy before the divorce.
Divorce is terrible. Divorce
And the
means
other
that the
thing
marriage
is,
didn't work
yeah,
out. Obviously, they're not going to be happy in
attributing
the
it,
middle of a
like,
divorce.
correlation doesn't mean causation. People marry happy people and date happy people in general. You're attributing it to marriage, but you're not going to marry someone that's a bitch.
Okay.
You're right, Pearl.
You know, what's really interesting is if you look at marriage rates, which have dropped in the United States, not just in the United States, actually globally, you'll notice that the people who are less likely to get married happen to be those who are from a lower socioeconomic status.
Right, marriage is disappearing from the middle class. That's true. All women almost burned down California. You know, people are dying because they want to make women feel better. People literally.
What I'm curious about is whether or not the Pick Me Act ever resorted into anything positive for you.
Are you done?
I'm not.
All right, so I'm not either.
Okay, keep going.
Now, the other thing is, women fly planes, they crash them. Women are in CEOs.
What are the stats on that? What are the stats on that?
You know, it's like feminists. They want stats that say water is wet.
Yeah, I want empirical evidence,
right,
to back up your arguments.
Because you want.
So now she's calling her a feminist because she asked for stats. You're just throwing out random tidbits of incoherent information, and then she asks for, okay, cool, cite your source. Okay, where's that statistic from? Feminists just want stats. Like, what the hell is this chick Pearl talking about? This is some straight brain dead babble. But it looks like I've been joined by our illustrious guest, and I'm gonna go ahead and let y'all close this thing out because we had Ronnie Q come through. And I appreciate y'all sliding through. What's up, Ronnie Q? Is that you?
Yeah, this is me. How you doing?
Pretty good. Hey, thanks for sliding through. I know this was rough for you to watch, you know, because this is the clash of the Karens, but Pearl just took the cake with this. Did she say anything that you agreed with? Was she making any great points? Like, what is your position?
No, I don't think that Pearl made many great points. I came up here when she said, what is going to happen when men stop working these hard jobs? What is going to happen when these men stop working these hard jobs? Women are going to get paid more money. What happened when the men went over to fight in World War I and World War II, and the women were the ones working these hard jobs, making the ammunition and everything that was needed for the war, the jeeps and all of the war effort? What happened then in America? What happened then in America is that everyone who worked started getting health insurance. Because they, if they didn't want to pay them, they started giving them health insurance connected to their jobs. That's how we got health insurance connected to our jobs in the United States. Because if they didn't have the money to pay them, they were giving them some incentive to do these jobs. Is this woman crazy?
Yeah, and based on what she's saying is that women are not equal to men, and if they are equal, then you need to be on the front line of all the wars, and if you're not doing that, then you don't deserve to vote. That's what her position is. And like Anna was saying, and like I expounded on, there are a bunch of kind of fat, slovenly men that just can't cut the mustard in terms of their physical condition. So they wouldn't be able to handle it on the front line. So should they not be able to vote as well? Anna didn't ask her this question. I don't think no one asked her this question, but she's always railing against women. And she believes women shouldn't have the right to vote because she believes that women feign equality, but you guys don't really want equality. You just want extra privileges. So this is her like whole shtick that, hey, if you want to be like the men, go work on an oil rig. You want to be like the men, stand on the front line, which I get it to a certain extent. But like I said, many of these veterans have wives. No dude is out there as a sniper and saying, yeah, I want my wife out there on the front line because this is what equality is about. So you can kind of speak on that, because this kind of lends to her toxic anti-feminist ideology.
What I can say about that is, if you look at our current military, what did a keg breath do as soon as he got into the military? He said that he didn't feel that women were fit to be on the battlefield. women who were already on the battlefield. They don't want equality. Men and certain men do not want equality. They do not feel that a woman should be making as much as them, even if they are doing the same job. Now, this is the same keg breath who, in a little show off of doing pull ups, he was doing women pull ups, overhand pull ups, swinging his feet way out in front of him to do a goddamn woman pull up. Understand what I'm saying? It's not what they say. It's not what anyone say. If the woman is qualified to do the job, she's still going to get paid less money. So is Pearl stupid?
Yeah, she is stupid. And she's just pandering because a lot of women are not buying her BS. So she's trying to pander towards men and make it seem like she really cares about men and society and conservatism. But these are a lot of the brain dead arguments that she makes. So let me just play a little bit more and then I'll wrap this up in the next 10 minutes. But I appreciate your perspective. And Lotus Ty, did you have anything else to add?
Oh yeah, Pick Me Pearl is a menace. Um, Her pandering definitely, how I see it, I don't know how anyone else sees it. She's just emasculating and castrating men as if men are scared and too feeble and weak to continue doing the work that they are more than capable of doing and are paid well for doing so. So it's like she's treating these men as if they're eunuchs. And I feel like a lot of these men are blinded, the ones that cheer for her, that is. They're blinded by her fake love for them, which she dresses up as a masculine pick me.
Let me tell you something else about Miss Pearl. Miss Pearl is living in a era where they're talking about these what is it, trad wives.
Yeah, wife's supposed to mean traditional conservative wife.
Pearl would never be chosen as a trad wife based upon who she is appearing to be. I didn't want to be insulting because she's so tall. I was wondering if she was even really born as a woman, and that is no insult. But to have these ideas about women and the second class citizenship that women need to take based upon women are doing all types of jobs and work and taking care of their family. To dismiss all of this to say that women should not want anything out of life, that is really playing into the mind games. What if there were no two income homes in the United States? Many of people would be poor. There is no way that a lot of people can make it as a single individual in the United States. She's talking fairy dust type of stuff.
Yeah, and Anna actually pointed out that earlier that two parent and she actually said two income households, they typically do better. And Pearl is pushing that there's no benefit for men to get married, while she's also acting like she's a trad girl, conservative, bastion of conservatism. She's also pushing that there's no benefit for men to marry because all the chicks out there are just OnlyFans sluts. So you should pretty much pump and dump them and don't commit to them. So what about that is conservatism? What about that is going to help white birth rates or just birth rates in general? And people are just randomly smashing each other, having this promiscuous and sometimes irresponsible sexual encounter. Nothing about that is conservatism. Nothing about that is demure or even feminine, because she tries to act like she's more of a feminist, but also feminine. And this is giving off very kind of toxic masculinity vibes. And I don't even use that term, but it's only toxic because it's her masquerading and cosplaying and misrepresenting masculinity. Go ahead, Lotus, you got it.
Like I said earlier, she's dressing up her rhetoric. She's dressing up her feminist rhetoric as feminism, and there's a difference. She lacks femininity. I have to agree with with Ronnie. She definitely has a big back, and I 100% am questioning if she's even a woman myself. I think I kind of alluded to that earlier in the show. But yeah, like everything that she is saying, she's promoting degeneracy. And so this is why I was even questioning if she was Christian. Like, what are her values? And then I did look up and see that she went to a Catholic school. So I don't know if she just went to a Catholic school and she's not Catholic, but um, it just further perpetuates like, how are you Catholic? Because they have those books in the Catholic Bible that are in the Apocrypha. And if you read Sarah Chi and some of these books of the Bible, they basically tell you what a woman is and should be. And, a lot of these things are clearly defined as far as gender roles themselves. And it also states what an impudent woman would do. She's basically leading these men to the bando that's already burned down. It was already, you know, they had boards on the windows and broken out windows, and somebody just lit it and set it on fire, so she's just leading these men to ash.
And she's leading these men to the slaughter because many of these men,
Hmm.
a lot of times they're incels, they're involuntary celibate, right? But the ones that actually do want to have action, sometimes they're involuntary, or sometimes people are voluntarily celibate because they don't have enough confidence. They don't have enough experience talking to women because they're listening to people like her and Myron Gaines. So when they get around a bunch of women and they try to use these corny red pill talking points that don't work, then suddenly they start hating women instead of looking in the mirror and saying, bro, you got some bad advice from Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes said liking women is gay. So if you
He's
see a beautiful,
sassy.
you see what I'm saying? That's why I call him Nick Fuentes or Nick Fagwentes, because that's all he is. Because here you got a person who claims that, hey, my future is to get married to a woman and all this stuff. And then you have Nick saying, well, that's gay. You trying to get with a woman and get married is gay. And he gets millions of subscribers, thousands of.
Raising a family, that's gay. Who wants to be walking around an amusement park pushing some kid? It's just mind blowing. And on the other side of the coin, you have this fake Christian nationalist, where Charlie Kirk's and their ilk is telling you to graduate from a high school and marry someone and make a family. And where are you going to live? Where are you going to work? What are you going to
How
do
you
to
gonna provide?
sustain a? Thank you.
Yeah, no, and this is what I'm trying to say. And Pearl is pushing that same thing too. Oh, we need more babies, but y'all don't need no child support or no welfare. So okay, y'all. So you're not pro life. You're pro birth. You want these women to be barefoot and pregnant, pump out a baby, and then f them kids. There's no such thing as a free lunch. So then when those kids is out there robbing and stealing and dealing to get some food, it's like, who raised them? Where they daddy at? What culture and all this other type of stuff. So they're leaving these kids out here. We're supposed to be the richest, greatest nation, but we don't even want to feed the kids. We'd rather waste food than feed some kids. F them kids. Okay, fine. When those kids that you said F them kids, when they come and rob your bitch ass, why should I care? You said fuck this kid, and this kid came back and said fuck you and robbed you, and somehow I'm supposed to care? Who raised them? Well, they were raised by some malnutrition person. That's why they did this deranged act of crime. Go ahead, Lotus.
Yeah, and just to add to that about, I was going to mention that as well about the slaughterhouse. She's saying like, oh, okay, when men stop doing these jobs, who's going to do them? She's looking for her to say women. And ma'am, you would literally be leading women to the slaughterhouse as well, because as soon as I touched one of those, I don't know if you guys have seen what they do when they're out there drilling these oil in these oil fields. It's crazy. I would immediately die. Do you hear me? Immediately. I would do something where and that's I mean, it'd just be a line of women
But it's
just
a
in
lot of
line
things
waiting to
that,
die at this point.
and it's a lot of things
But
that men would do that they would die if they had to carry. Like I don't think,
and birth a child.
yeah,
If they body was split all the way to the butt, trying to get a child out of their body, yes, that.
yeah. You see what I'm saying? So you do have to give props. I will say yes, Lotus Ty is no way in hell. I'm bench pressing 300. There's no way in hell you gonna do that, right? There's certain things that you can say, but then I could look and then I could see what some of these women are going through, how hard they're fighting for their kids and with the pregnancy. And I look and I just like, man, I don't know if I can do it. You know what I mean? As well as some women could look and say, hey, I can't jump and dunk a basketball. There's some things that men have to just concede and say women are better and superior at, and there's things that men are superior at. We don't need to have a tit for tat and say I'm better at 11 things and you're only better at 5 things. It's like, no, we need each other. So let's not focus on how many areas we're better in. Let's focus on how much better we can be together, because just the whole process of pregnancy, right? Having those pains, and you may have a sweet petite body, now you gain a bunch of weight, you feel me? Some women had some little small breasts, now they got these big heavy breasts, you know what I mean? Some women, they only had a little bit of weight, now because of the pregnancy they have back issues. Some people want a natural birth, not a cesarean, so they doing a lot of huffing and puffing and pushing. So it's like, dude, are just me explaining that seemed, pretty arduous. So it's a lot of dudes that are not willing to go through that, would not be able to cut it. And that's the difference of us being different sexes. You don't have to, because you're not a woman, right? That's why women go through that. So on the flip side, women shouldn't have to do certain things because you got men to do it. That's how society works. I don't even really want women doing a bunch of things, you know what I mean? And it's just wow, right? If you have a Sunday dinner, right? And forget the cooking part, you just want to organize it. I would rather trust the competence of a woman to organize, a party and make sure everything goes copacetic. It don't mean that a man can't do it. I just think like a woman is better suited for certain types of settings. You know what I mean? Just like
Like my husband always says, there are men jobs in a relationship. There are men responsibilities and jobs, and there are the woman's job. And I have absolutely no problem with that. But some people have a problem with that.
and Lotus Ty, I know your phone is about to die, so go ahead and get. Oh, looks like her phone already died. So shout out to Lotus Ty. I appreciate her coming through. The lovely Lotus Ty. Oh, it looks like you're back in here. So Lotus Ty, I know you said your phone is about to die, and I'm about to shut this down anyway. So so if you want to just speak on whatever you need to speak on, just go ahead and give your closing remarks. I think I'm gonna go ahead and wrap it up. I've heard enough of this. Was a complete and total slaughter. There's a little bit more of the debate. If someone is really clamoring for it, I will finish the rest of it. But I think we've done enough. So I'm gonna get ready to shut this down. So we'll do a round robin of final closing remarks, and then we will shut her down. Starting with Lotus Ty. Go ahead. Take us home, sis.
All I'm going to say is this. I'm really seeing where the this feminist movement um, that has been seemingly perpetuated by these people has seeped into our communities and our culture. And I'm really feeling that not only has it seeped into our community, we are the example, if that makes sense. And it's really crazy or they use us as the example, I'll say. And it's
Yeah, they
crazy.
as the example when we're not the example.
Right, right, right. So they'll push us to the forefront and say that, oh, all of this degeneracy is going on, in the Black community. But look at her. Look at this woman, this pygmy pearl that they are choosing to represent as the spokesperson for white men. She's pushing this degeneracy, which is the destruction of a nation. And the destruction of a nation is taking out all people, doesn't care about the color of your skin and where you came from. You're part of the same nation. This is exactly where this is coming from. She's sending everyone to the slaughterhouse. Everyone that got up and cheered for her, Thanos snap, you're out of here. Like, that's how I see it. She is literally single-handedly killing, excuse my language, basically signing up people for their own demise. And she's pushing it through her rhetoric, and people are cheering for her. How many subscribers did you say she had? Like 4 million?
2 million, like
2
2.5.
million?
2.
Okay, 2 million. Okay, excuse me. All 2 million of those people that follow her, Thanos snap. Everybody that follows her, you might as well, because this is exactly what she is pushing. She is pushing degeneracy. She's pushing 304 culture. She is pushing this on both men and women. And I guess there are male, whores and whatever and whatnot. This is exactly what she's pushing. She's pushing these men to be rolling stones with this bullshit. Anything you can do, I can do better. I can do anything better than you. That's what it's giving. But she's not doing it out of love for people. She's doing it because she is destructive. And I land my plane.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I can't refute what you said. And Miss Ronnie Q, go ahead, take us home.
Thank you, Lotus Flower. I don't know if you got to the point. The one point of this debate that I did see, Anna asked her about how many women die in childbirth in the United States, and she said not that many. And she said no, as
That
the
is
as
wild.
it yeah, she said not that many. This is the only one part that I saw. She said, no, in the United States, one of the wealthiest, most developed countries, there are thousands of women who die in childbirth. And she came back with some tepid, weak response. And she said, "Do you know how many?" And Anna gave out the statistics, and she said, "I don't believe it," or something real. She said, "Well, how many do you think have died?" And she said, "I don't know, not that many." That's the only answer she could give about something so important about the main job that women are to do. So it is. I find it real odd that this. Where I don't know enough about her, but I find that she was up there flipping through papers as Anna was asking her question, as if she's looking for an answer which she never came to. I think that I've heard of her one time before, but I didn't watch any of her stuff because she was very boring when I tried to watch something. But I think that this is really a shame. And the simple fact that we know that black women lose their lives 3 times higher than non-black women just in childbirth alone. And another thing that a lot of women deal with in childbirth is postpartum depression. All of these things that go along with being a woman. And she's out here simping for men. and saying women should be at home and not do anything, and trying to make it seem like if a woman does have to go out in this economy, none of the things that she is talking about make sense, because there are not enough men making enough money to be the sole provider of a household in the United States of America. Is my opinion.
All right. Well, thank you so much for adding that context. I think both of y'all knocked it out of the park. This has been an amazing, fruitful stream. And I'm only reacting to this is because there's something called manufacturing consent. The reason why she has 2 million subs is because they're trying to manufacture and make her into a household name. And unfortunately, many people have contributed to her success. Whenever she gets around the black grassroots, she gets dismantled. So she tries to hang around people that are somewhat subservient to her, people that are kind of very see her as like some sort of admirable figure. So when they come on her show or her platform, they won't challenge her. But when she's up against people who are not trying to befriend her and want to go at her, then you see she just looks like a deer in the headlights. And her name was just Pearly Things, but people are saying they don't know. Is it just tranny things? But who knows? People are saying that, she was born a woman, but she goes now by Pearl Davis or just Pearl or whatever. But she's just grifter things, you know what I mean? So we've shown her level of stupidity and how much of a moron she is. So if you are a man or a male that gets solaced or you get advice from listening to Pearl Davis, you're probably going to want to unsubscribe from me. And if there's a way that you can block me, you probably going to want to do that too, because the content that I put out, it won't be in alignment with any of the kind of red pill wackos, you know what I mean? Nothing against the overall ideology of red pill. It's just there's a lot of people that misrepresent it, i.e. the fresh and fit, dumb and dumber type of crowd, the MGTOW maniacs and things like that. So a lot of y'all come off as moist, effeminate, and I get it. You know what I mean? You weren't getting no action in high school. Then you went to college and didn't get no action. And now you're a grown man, probably well into your 50s, and you still ain't getting no action. So now you mad at all the women and you're blaming feminism and all this other type of stuff. Step your game up. Feminism didn't prevent you from going into the gym. Feminism didn't prevent you from reading. Feminism didn't prevent you from earning more money. Yeah, you can say that, they provided more opportunities for women. Okay, fine. That means you just got to step your game up harder. That's how it is when you dealing as a Black American in a oppressive system. They gonna keep raising the obstacle. You cross one hurdle, they raise the hurdle higher. You got to figure out how to get over the hurdle, and then they keep raising it. And even when you get over the highest hurdle, they gonna find a way to raise it. And instead of complaining the way we do, we find a way to overcome the obstacles. And that's just what we gonna keep doing. So this has been an amazing stream. I'm gonna give y'all some visuals and then we gonna get up out of here. Don't forget to hit the like button. The likes are free. It won't cost you a fee. Hit that notification bell so you stay abreast with all of the streams. And matter of fact, it's that time for a like intermission. We kindly request that you show love to the channel's creator and platform by leaving a like, sharing, commenting, and subscribing. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell to stay up to date with all the latest content. Liking posts is completely free and helps the algorithm boost our reach. We want to grow the community larger and larger. So thank you all who take the time to support us. It does mean the world to us and doesn't go unnoticed.
got to B-Eazy Dat Dude. B-Eazy Dat Dude, yeah, they know the name. Stacking up the paper, but having money ain't a thing. Standing on business, burning hotter than a flame. From the block to the ballroom, you gotta stand the rain. B-Eazy Dat Dude, yeah, they know the name. Stacking up the paper, but having money ain't a thing. Standing on business, burning hotter than a flame. From the block to the ballroom, you gotta stand the rain. B-Eazy Dat Dude, yeah, they know the name. We got to B-Eazy Dat Dude.
And if you were feeling any and everything that you heard on the show and you would like to make a contribution, if that's the case,
I think it's about time you gave me my money.
Want my money? I need cash. Please send that money. Please send that money. Please send that money. Want my money? I need cash. Want my money? I need cash. Want my money?
okay, so before I send y'all home, you know, I'm gonna hit ya.
Yeah. Hey. B-Eazy Dat Dude, yeah. Shit so hot it's burning up. Just go ahead and turn this up. I bring the pain like an aftermath of a car wreck. It's a lot of niggas that say they real, but to me that shit is far-fetched. Them cats is pussy. They really is on some feminine stuff. I rock up on them with the 40 ounces. The definition of adrenaline. What it do is sweet like cinnamon puffer. My niggas is rough like Willow Pass. Grew up out on Mary Mac, but I used to hang on Willow Pass. These birds that I roll with, outcasts and misfits. Better zip lips so you get hit when the fifth spit. Flat line in your hit. Trap habits is black magic, no voodoo. Get the bands like Buku for the cocaine to go cuckoo. Most these niggas is foo-foo, so I'm shitting on them like doo-doo. I can't fuck with y'all like tofu. I'm just saying, man, like Goku. Bad bitches at the house with me watching Netflix or Roku. Fuck them both at the same time, and I swear to God it was so cool. Street legend, real boss, I call shots cause it's still saucy. I know some G's to the bike crack on shite racket and fly back out the mill. When they hear me flow, they say I be burning up, burning up. Cookie to the draw is what we burning up, burning up. What you ain't know, oh, we burning up, burning up. This shit so hot, it's burning up. Just go ahead and turn this up. When you hit me flow, I be burning up, burning up. Cookie to the draw is what we burning up, burning up. What you ain't know, oh, we burning up, burning up. This shit so hot, it's burning up. Just go ahead and turn this up.
You love me. You really love me. You're not going anywhere.